Andre Rublev. The first game, what on earth is going on there? Rublev seemingly in control, up 2-0.
Yes, I mean, sometimes when you're playing a French player, they can, as we saw last night with Morpheus, they can gain inspiration from the crowd. You only have to, have a couple of eye-catching shots. The crowd is desperate to get involved and engaged, and that can rattle perhaps the higher-ranked player. And Rute is no slouch, let's face it.
Yeah, and he can play some eye-catching shots. Got a music in common, those two. One's been in a One Direction tribute band, and one's a rapper. Break point number 2 for Novak Djokovic. Fucsovics leaning forward, winding himself up, tossing the ball, serving out to the backhand of Djokovic. He put so much spin on it. It didn't work the last time.
Hey everybody, I'm just
Djokovic goes up the line. Djokovic with his double-handed back keeps the spin low. Fucsovics goes inside. It's Djokovic who's doing the running at the moment. Fucsovic on the forehand goes off great.
Pressing as we might reasonably have expected.
Yeah.
Ah, it's not coming.
So we'll be hearing from
Alright, well,
Carlos Alcaraz, the world number 1 at the end of this.
let me see if I can do it again.
Stefan's just left.
So maybe we would.
Should he return, then we will be.
Although
There it
you're
is.
very adept at swishing the buttons,
Okay.
using the faders.
I had one button to press. I think this is a whole different ballgame.
I just want to show you this.
Now is
Are
not
you
the
there?
time to try and
Did I
upskill
chase
yourself
you all
live on
away?
No, I'm happy not upskilling.
Let me turn this down.
Off the short return, bobbles back around into
I signed up for this streaming device, that is going to show tennis, but it's not showing this match, so I'm listening to the match. I just got back from, let's see if this is on. I just got back from the Capitol, and we went through the 3 Senate office buildings. But here is who we went to see. We went to see the committee membership, the Committee on Finance. We went to every single office and plus some. We went to John Kennedy. We saw Tammy Baldwin. We also went, we went to many other offices. I actually saw and said hello to Senator Sanders. I mean, he didn't know why I was there, but he was nice enough to say, "How are you?" But that's what we did this morning. So I'll take it down. I don't know any news per se. I do want to study the filings to give a more cogent story of what I think's going on with Alpine, but you probably know more about it than I do. Let me just see what's on Twitter regarding that.
They medalled at the Olympics.
No.
They're too love. Djokovic serving out wide. It's snapped back. It doesn't land in. It's 40 love. Djokovic marks the mark in case Fucsovics wants it looked at. He doesn't, and it's 40 love looking for an early consolidation of an early break.
It's still me. I'll be put up something earlier today. Today's judgment against Alpine is an opportunity to rid the market of a consistent thorn, fined tens of millions of dollars, and barred from the industry prior those allegedly responsible for quote-unquote clearing a good majority of OTC funds. All right, so Albie says he thinks it had to be in by 2 p.m. today. As soon as somebody finds out the judgment, it'll be plastered everywhere. So we'll just keep our eye out. I don't see anything posted yet.
her catch. Leila Fernandez is trying to keep the match alive. She's set down to
All right, let's see. Tony De Niro is pretty good. This is 2 hours ago. The court agrees with the report's conclusion that Mr. Tuttle's argument as to the fairness of the settlement and the adequacy of the plaintiff's representations are more properly presented and more efficiently considered as objections to the terms of the settlement in this matter. Given the special master reached this conclusion, given that the special master reached this conclusion on May 8th, 2023, Mr. Tuttle has been afforded adequate time to raise these matters in the form of an objection before the May 31 deadline. Mr. Tuttle has explained that he filed his motion for declaratory relief and brief in support in furtherance of his motion to intervene in an endeavor to satisfy Rule 24C's pleading requirement. Because his motion to intervene is denied, I do not reach his request for declaratory relief. Mr. Tuttle's exemptions are otherwise denied. Chancellor Morgan T. Zern.
Just a general love-in for Indian Wells. I will very happily join in that. Yes, it was.
I think I'm a bit young. Well, I was going to say, you're probably about 40 years off being the average age of stewards in Indian Wells. But on the plus side, it does have, I think, the highest number of loos of any tournament anywhere in the world, because its clientele are a slightly older age.
FINRA has an institute at Georgetown University, and surprise, surprise, James Angel is the academic director for this FINRA institute. I think it's important just not give James Angel any credence at all. So I'm not going to report on it any further. Yeah, here's Big JR. Big JR's got it going on.
Some time ago.
He
won 10 matches, lost 11 this year, the Hungarian, and coming to this, it was the first round exit to Sebastian Baez, who lost to.
And this is what I believed I was trying to say yesterday. This is not the FINRA hearing. It's the court case in D.C. So what the SEC was doing is, I happen to agree with him, is not the FINRA hearing. 3 hours ago, Reginald Johnson, docket manager, FINRA, generic answer, can't comment.
I'm drinking a screwdriver, so I should probably stop tweeting soon.
No comment.
Possibly, Sarah. Cheers, chin chin.
Noel says, greetings to you, ladies.
3 hours ago, Big JR, GTII, re-hearing today. Nobody knows the time of the hearing. We know it will be remote. We also don't know how long it will take. All of Alpine's attempts to stop it so far have failed, so the assumption is it will happen today if FINRA desires.
The touch and the feel for Djokovic just to cushion that ball over and absorb all that pace was truly special. Well, it was a stunning stun from Djokovic, wasn't it?
A stunning stun from Djokovic.
Took all the pace out of the ball.
Simply a stunning stun.
A firm hand on the racket.
Simply a stunner.
You wouldn't be stunned to see another break.
He wouldn't have.
Jill is pulling weeds.
He wouldn't be standing on the perch unless you nailed him there. He's stunned. Stunned.
On the attack, it's Djokovic looking for a double break.
Okay, Big JR, this is it. It's still me. I'll be tweeting Big JR from 18 hours ago. It's complicated, but think of NSCC and FINRA being the kids and the SEC being the mom and dad, if only. I'm agreeing with him, but I'm just saying I don't think the SEC is acting like an adult. But I get what he's trying to say. So if FINRA is about to drop the hammer, it makes sense why they would extend the other decisions. Exactly, that's what I was saying yesterday. I like the cut of this guy's jib.
That's it for now. No, Massetti, 6141 over. Alexander Shevchenko. Down the centre, trying to keep on the backhand side is Vujovic. He does so again. Vujovic comes forward with a decisive ninth volley off the forehand side.
All right, so we'll see how that goes. There is no news yet.
23 minutes in,
and I want to call your attention to something. And if you're sleeping on this, I think it's a mistake.
Very well. Knows the reputation, knows the reality of what it's like to look down a tennis court and see him prowling on the baseline.
Djokovic, by contrast,
I just want to show you something.
this season, 2 titles, Australian Open,
On finger,
Adelaide.
you guys are some of the boo birds anyway are concerned. What does GTII have? The CEO of Vocal says, what does GTI have? Well, finger has a lot going for it. To me, it's got the nuts. It's got everything. It's got 3 or 4 legs on its stool, and it announced, I want to hear that. It announced today financial results. May 30. Big data company with revenue streams from mobile recharge, SMS, InsurTech services is pleased to report its financial results for the year ended February 28, 2023. Reported annual revenue of $34 million, which is an increase of $11 million, or 49%. I mean, just look at all these numbers. Year-over-year growth in telecommunications, up 212%. Reported year-over-year decline in SMS revenue, not so slightly, down 53%. Reported year-over-year annual growth in big data revenue, 233%. Reported gross profits of $2.32 million, which was a slight decrease from last year. Reported annual costs of revenue, which was an increase. Reported operating expenses, which was an increase. Costs money to make money. Costs money to make money. Still had a net loss. As of February 28, Finger had $9 million in cash and a working capital surplus of $15 million and positive shareholders' equity of $13 million. Total assets were $17.5 million, liabilities $2 million, and total liabilities $5 million. 50 million shares outstanding. Strong revenue growth year over year. The company deepened its commitment to expanding its cooperation with partners in the fintech and insurtech sectors, stated Martin Shen. We also strengthened our core top-up business, which saw record revenues in the past year. In terms of our financial performance, our balance sheet has never looked stronger as we raised equity in order to grow the business and eradicate our debt. Our shareholder equity hit close to a record 13 million, which is impressive considering we were a touch over 5 million last year. We launched our device protection product and expect future reports for it to be another business element. And you know what the Kramers and the Lynn Partners do? They sell it down. Great news, financial news, and it's down 14%. I personally think this is a time to buy the stock. What I'm perplexed by is how when a stock's on NASDAQ, they can sell counterfeit shares without risk, even in the face of good news. But right now you've got 145 million shares sold, failed to deliver. That's up on Twitter. I put it up. And there's only 45 million shares out, and most of that's closely held. It's incredible. GTII is 97 cents. Unbelievable. 314 million. Go Logic is 190, up 39 cents. All right, I want to see if I can listen to Joker. See where it is.
And Marcus wasn't going to let it go. I think he's going to take it home. But Courtney, I'll let you on. I'm just having my breakfast.
Let's just see.
Forehand cross court for Vucevic. The 2 break points being cancelled out for now.
Roland Garros. Rublev is actually in trouble. A little bit of trouble. He'll be all right. It looks like Hurkacz is in trouble. But the man of the hour, and of course Carlos Alcaraz won easily. Here it is. The Joker is, it looks like he broke Fucsovic once, maybe twice.
It was also a wonderful win for the Australian.
Opportunity to get us back on.
Well, Jared, I don't know. I hope I don't know if that's polite to talk about, but I guess you're all adults. Hey guys, we made some noise today. D. Croteau, Jason Z, Deep Fish, Vanden Plays. I don't know if there's good news, but we did a good job. The guy, Father Guido Sarducci, came down. Lou came with us.
There was lots of love out there for him.
And I think we had good success around the Senate. The new building, which is called the, now I'm going to forget. It looked like the Cannon, but it's not the Cannon. The Hart Building. Amazing. And you know what was great? It had carpeting. Absolutely amazing. But then we went into the I don't have the copy of the one that we marked up with the offices, but we went in the other one that begins with the D, and we went in the Russell, and those floors were marble. So looks like it's deuce. No, advantage Djokovic.
Not happy about something. And one of our tweeters please. Shush shush NYC. Says Novak's
No, Lou, not Lou,
3 games to 1.
not Lou Bravo. There's a guy, Lou Guido. I call him Father Guido Sarducci. And he came down from Boston. He was from New York, sorry. He was terrific. And so it was Ham, myself, and the leader. He told us that's what Guido means in Italian. Anyway, he worked hard. Ham worked like he always does, the ever-ready bunny. But we went into, I think we had over 80 packets, maybe 90. I didn't know the total. And he gave me what's left over. So we went into about 75, maybe a little more than 75 offices. But our focus, our guide was to go into these offices, which I showed you already. So we went into Mike Crapo, Chuck Grassley, John Cornyn, John Thune, Tim Scott, Bill Cassidy, James Langford, Steve Daines, Todd Young, John Barrasso, Ron Johnson, Tom Tillis, Marsha Blackburn. But we also went in to many others along the way. That's what Ham insisted on. So we went in. Oddly, not every office had cards. So this, but this is all the cards that we collected. John Fetterman.
And again, a cloud of clay whipped up, sweeps across the court.
Senator Murray. We got started at 8:30 in the morning, which we met for coffee. Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana. I told the aide there we would love him to come up with a pithy expression for this stealing. We went to Mike Lee, Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Oh, sorry. We went to Mitt Romney, Senator Mitt Romney. Sorry for my reaction. Senator Edward Markey of Massachusetts. Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama. Senator Casey of Pennsylvania. Senator Bill Haggerty of Tennessee. Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado. Senator Christopher Coons.
He said he's sliding around a bit on the baseline. The umpires acknowledged that he's seen him sliding. So he's struggling a bit with his footwork out there.
I have to say, Andre Rublev, what on earth are you playing at? You've just seen the most horrendous run of shots from that.
Well, we got a lot of cards from that office for some reason. Probably was my fault. Senator Rand Paul. Senator Rand Paul.
And he had 2 break points against the player who cannot use 2 hands on the backhand and is slicing everything. And it's 3-all. And now that's what gets the crowd.
Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas.
So the crowd are very excited. Andre Rublev.
Senator John Thune of South Dakota.
I would very much enjoy you doing on-court coaching. Just come trotting on, sit in front of your player and say, what are you playing at?
Senator John Boozman,
Finally going back to the backhand.
Arkansas.
Now as you look, it's only going to go to the backhand.
Mary Queen of Arkansas.
Very strange.
Senator Cassidy.
Martin Future. We're just waiting because the people, again, I think everyone got the wrong time.
Bill
Melissa,
Cassidy
my friend and I
of Louisiana. He's a doctor.
But we're glad to have the tennis to listen to. We always look forward to the French Open because the commentary is great. Looking forward to the women's game coming to Cleveland in August.
I think I already told you Senator John Barrasso, but we went in to see him.
Maryland is enjoying commentary.
Wyoming.
Matthew, meanwhile, is very
I told his aide I drilled some wells up in
The blokes had
Wyoming.
so much to put up with this
Senator Bernie Sanders.
Gate, having a whole level of hotel to himself. We need to make sure he's sustained.
Senator Mike Crapo.
Marcus is paying Matthew to send these messages in.
I think it's a fake account set up by
Oh,
Marcus.
yes. I don't think Marcus would know how to do that.
That's a very valid point. I think it's an account set up by one of Marcus's sons. He's been given a
I
phone.
guess if I'm reading this correctly,
That has so much air under it. The redrop from Djokovic. Oh, he misses it.
I don't know who the senator was there.
I think if we start to see a rash of accounts called things like
Um,
Marcus Buckland Fan Club and I Love Marcus.
Like I say, a lot of the offices didn't have cards.
Jack says, hello from Chicago. I'm new to tennis. Is there a home field advantage at the French Open? Do French players tend to
Senator Ron Wyden.
being in favour of the crowds?
I don't think it's just here in Paris. I think it's at all the Grand Slams.
Senator
Because
Todd
they have
Young.
the benefit of familiarity. And remember, outside of this being the tournament, this is also a training base for a lot of the French players. So year round, they might be coming here. They can feel very, very comfortable, literally at home.
I can't read the handwriting, but I think it says Senator Rowland.
Sometimes they benefit from the scheduling just because
That was one that they didn't have the card.
Here than they might be at another tournament. So
Senator Cantwell.
They might normally be on court 57.
Senator Murkowski.
Their home country.
She said hi to me. She smiled sweetly.
Serve out wide, the backhand.
Senator Cornyn.
Back into the baseline from Djokovic.
I might have already said that one.
Comes forward to the baseline, goes inside over this forehand, cross court from Djokovic, forehand netted by.
Senator Mark Kelly.
And here I think you get
Senator Thomas Carper.
crowds. So the French players do really get an enormous amount of support. I mean, you see it at Wimbledon with the British players.
I think I have everybody we went to here. At least I think so. Senator Menendez.
They're not a shy crowd, are they?
Here,
Robert
Paris,
Menendez.
Yeah, it can be a capricious friend.
I mean, Jack, this is a good Grand Slam to tune into.
Senator Sherrod Brown.
They're an interesting bunch. More than anything, I think they just like to be involved, even if it's two players, neither of whom is.
Senator Katie Britt,
The crowd just
Arkansas,
likes to be
Alabama,
involved.
I'm
They
sorry,
like to be part of the
Alabama.
story.
Senator Jeffrey A. Merkley, Oregon.
4-3 Rublev in this fourth set.
Marsha Blackburn, Senator Marsha Blackburn. Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Rublev looks like he wants to.
Senator John Tester.
Backhand cross court from Djokovic.
Senator Kevin Kramer.
Oh, caught the back edge of the line from Vucevic, goes inside it. Djokovic is a long way back.
Senator James Lankford.
Lays into a flat forehand. Djokovic comes forward on the forehand inside it.
Senator Steve Daines.
Slightly short of ball, and that was that.
Senator Kirsten Sinema. Senator Schumer.
I think the other day my brother thought it.
Senator Mark Wayne Mullen.
To buy the boys. He calls it a golden ticket. Takes them to the local big toy store. And he said to the boys, you know, how much do you want? Only
Senator Sullivan.
One of them went 50. And the other went 55.
Senator Ossoff.
20. Started a bidding war. Yes.
Senator Dianne Feinstein.
That's the problem you're dealing with. Forehand
Senator Ron Johnson.
My brother's like 50. Looked at me as a went 50 pounds.
Senator Christopher Murphy.
It's a great present, though. Imagine being taken to a toy shop and being told you can have.
Senator Grassley, Chuck Grassley.
Not to buy anything. That's, you know.
Yes, but
Stupidly, he asked them how much it should be worth. The first he just.
Senator Tammy Baldwin.
And then he said to them, how much do you want? I'm like, what are you talking about? And so they said 50. Looked at me, I was like, don't get me involved. You ask them. It's like if I say, what do you want for dinner? They're not going to say, I'd like some vegetables and a soup starter.
Senator Joe
So
Manchin.
that takeaway from that place that we all know about. 4-2, Vucevic, hold serve.
We just got taken to the toy shop to look round. That was the treat.
Senator Kevin Kramer. I might have already said that one.
This is what you could have won.
Marsha Blackburn. I might have already said.
Well, no, because there was no suggestion.
Senator Mark Warner.
Birthday and Christmas.
You were just there to look.
Yeah.
Senator Cindy Hyde Smith.
I can't remember going to the door. I must have tried.
Senator Debbie Stabenow. Senator Chris Von Hollen. Senator Lindsey Graham. And Senator Reid. I think that's all that we went into. But it's pretty good. And the guy that made it all possible was Ham. And the other guy that made it all possible was Father Guido Sarducci. Yeah, get a massage.
It's the nap afterwards he struggles.
That's it, Ted Williams. Yeah, Ted. You know what, Ted? Who do you know?
So if he starts complaining about being on air tomorrow at 11, I want no sympathy for him.
I don't have to do all the work. My legs are killing me. My legs are absolutely killing me. Tsitsipas did win today, yep. I know, I don't know, Woody. I can't bring myself to be Republican. Well, Djokovic, it's 5-2 right now, but he's serving. It's love 15. Alpine is in trouble. What's the score?
What time are we at? 9:15.
Chip Roy. We didn't get into Chip Roy. That's a good one. At least I don't think we got into Chip Roy. Well, we did the best we could. Father Guido Sarducci, he had to get back. His flight was at 4, so we had to be done. He had to get back to his hotel by 2:30, so we left around 2:15. So we couldn't go any further. My goal. The Joker is going down. You think so? Not yet. Well, no, it's love 40. He might. He might. You might be right. You might be right. Ham might call into one of the. Ham might call in on one of the space calls because they go after him. Let me know. We'll listen to it.
It's really annoying as well. I can imagine.
I don't know about a gamma squeeze because frankly I thought a gamma squeeze had to do with options, but
looking to go down the tee to the backhand of the Hungarian.
Oh, you're talking about AMC.
In the world at the moment has been as high as 31. Sets himself up.
Yeah, Woody, I find myself, the older I get, but I think I always was. There's, it's, everyone talks about being fiscally conservative and they don't care about social issues. Well, I think I'm pretty conservative on some things, and yeah, ESK. I think Novak is going to win the whole thing, but it's going to be a hard task. It's now 30-40. Djokovic. I wish I could be watching this, but NBC's not showing it apparently because I got the Peacock and they're not showing it live, and it's not on tennis TV, so I'm left listening to the broadcast. Thank you, Robert. Now you can mess with me about the Joker. Novaks. That's pretty funny. Wow, Buck, I didn't think of that. Compression stockings. It'll make me be an old man, but I like that idea. I like that idea. I sat down and I went live because if I didn't, I'd be down in bed with my feet up. But I'm in such pain I didn't even get coffee or water, which I might have to do at some point. Oh, man. I'm going to put one of my feet up. Feels so good.
At times it was sort of like an exhibition, actually, between the two of them, with drop shots and lobs. And at one point we had each of them doing a
let me see who's saying this. Mr. Bird. Anthony Bird. Who's this? Skydog. The Alpine crap is a joke. Gensler needs more time to get his buddies protected and figure better ways to screw retail. Well, Skydog, I think actually, I know why, and I've been feeling that way too, but I don't think Gensler cares about over-the-counter one way or the other, so he's not protecting the Kramers, although it feels that way. But I don't think it's crap. I think what'll happen is if Alpine is expelled today, or in the next few days, Alpine is going to have to clean up their positions because no broker-dealer... Look, if Alpine is expelled, you've got positions hanging out there. You've got long and short positions, cash positions, sitting at a prime broker called Alpine. Well, Alpine ceases to be a prime broker. You can't just leave the positions nowhere. So, to me, I think another prime broker will take over Alpine. I asked Ham about that, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he said no. What'll happen is either the NSCC, the DTCC, whoever handles the situation will close out all of Alpine's positions because nobody wants their positions. It'll be either one. But good positions will be easy to transfer to another prime broker. It may be that some of the shorts out there want to... They might... Oh, I see. Rublev is serving to take his match. 40-30. He won the first 2 sets, lost the third set, and he's now serving up 5-3. 40. Add his favor. No, now it's deuce. Anyway, so there will have to be a buy-in of the shorts. And we believe, based on the court filing, that there's a large short position, concentrated short position in GTII. So that'll be a buy-in. But it's a theory. Is it possible they moved it somewhere? Is it possible someone's going to come in and rescue Kurt Kramer and John Hurry and the other little greedy shorts? I don't think so. The only person that can know how many shares are short is Gensler or Cook. But they're not letting us know. So if it's 300 million, who knows? They just added then 30 million to the short because of the distribution. So I think it's 350 million. That's a lot. and Alpine seems to be the main criminal prime broker. So it's quite possible that the squeeze starts if Alpine goes down. But we'll find out. All right, so it's advantage Rublev, up 5-3 in the fourth set. He won the first set 6-4, won the second set 6-2, lost the third set 6-3 to C. Mute, and he just won. He just won 6-3, so Rublev just won in 4 sets. So hopefully we can go back to Djokovic.
Unusual in that absolutely nobody on that court appeared to be happy. Nobody.
Joker is serving up 5-3 in the first set against Fucsovics. Yeah, Matt K. It's all fraud. Let me look at what the trade is. It's all fraud. It's just.
Some say the game is a wee bit limited if we're talking going for Grand Slam titles, but
Yeah.
latter stages.
328,000. So one argument would be that they're moving shares out by doing this barcoding, as you call it. But in my judgment, if Kurt Kramer took $50 million or $100 million out of the market, he's not going to bring any of it back in to protect this position or protect his prime broker. He's a classic crook. He only thinks about himself. And he thinks that he has a right to do this because he thinks he's found some flaw in the system and that it's incumbent on the cops and the regulators to fill the gaps that he tries to weasel through. But in fact, that's not securities law. Securities law is you have to follow the intent of the law. And Kurt Kramer passed the Series 7. Oh. Wow. Well, Biden is well loved on the Hill. We saw a lot of pictures of Biden.
Another match has just been called. Of course, Simone Mathieu wasn't moved. It will be out there shortly.
It's 3:26. Let me just see if Ham's on any space call.
The wind blowing against the flag knobs. Serve down the tee. The off backhand return. Djokovic with form cuts that
No,
shot.
not on that.
Service which is inside the baseline. Djokovic. He's away back. Fucsovic. The slice from Djokovic. Who retreats behind the base.
No, I don't see him doing it. So I might only go to 4 o'clock because I'm worn out, but I will see how it trades till I should get a massage. Yeah, I should get a massage. If someone just massaged my lower legs, I would be in heaven. I would marry her if she just massaged my calves. Djokovic 30-30. You might be right, even though you were making fun. Because the Joker is now serving out. And it's 5-3. That's not good. Particularly in the first set. He shouldn't be happy. Groovy, baby. That is not my... get a pedicure. I like that. Take a warm Epsom salt bath. I know, can you believe it? I'm an old timer. I can't believe it. I saw there were several legislative aides that were quite lovely, and I was like, man, they're younger enough to be anyway, just aged out. Looks like Grexpor might beat Hurkacz. No, maybe not. It's deuce at Djokovic land, and Grexpor is serving at out 4-4 in the fifth set.
He's looked grumpy and rattled for the last couple of games, and I think the conditions are affecting him.
I think we might be surprised, Frank, about Alpine. If you're a Republican in your 20s, you don't have heart. If you're a Democrat in your 40s, you don't have any money. And if I hold you in my heart, I'll hold you in. I hold you in my heart. Hold in, darling, please. Remember me. I can't remember it now. I hold you in my heart until I can hold you in my arms. So, darling, something to me. And now, a massage from the Swedish Prime Minister. And now a massage from the Swedish Prime Minister.
Seems to have the number of, and yet suddenly just allowed himself to unravel. He did.
Now it's advantage Grexpor. You were a ball boy for Chris Evert? Wow. Who is she playing? Ivan Gulagong? Chris Evert was a good player. I do think that Steffi Graf was better. But Chris Evert was good. Oh, he's barking. Lucky is barking. In his sleep. Can you hear him? Yeah, I'm going to keep my feet up. I also went to dinner with Father Guido Sarducci, Lou Guido, last night, and he's great. And he really is working hard on this. And he used to be a legislative aide, so he knew how to do it. And he really focused our attention on the financial committee. And that's what we did. We went to every single one. And others. Yeah, Lucky is a good boy in his dreams. Now it's out again. Hurkacz is fighting. Hurkacz is good. Those were everybody we went to see. And John Kennedy has a big alligator in his office.
At his charge, into the body of Djokovic, this time with the serve backhand through the middle for Fucsovic, who runs around to the forehand.
So Hurkacz broke Grexpor, and now he's serving for the match. So it looks like Hurkacz is going to get through. Oh my gosh. Djokovic is about to lose the first set. It's 5-4. So Fucsovic broke Djokovic, and now it's 5-4. Fucsovic is serving 40 love to tie it up. It doesn't look good for Djokovic. This is not good for the good guy. This is not good. This is not good. It's 5-all. Djokovic was up 5-2 or 5-3. It's now 5-all. Now he's serving. This is not good. Did JFK go to the University of Florida Gators? No. He went to Harvard. He went to Harvard. No ham call. He went to Harvard. JFK did. So did RFK. So did Teddy. I know, imens. I heard that. Let's see. That, okay, good. So let's see how it's trading.
Well, he was just making some very odd decisions against a player that can get under your skin and kind of
It might mean somebody knows what the ruling was. Wouldn't that be fun? 97. It's in the red is what I see, but it's still, you're right, it's up. I'm very low volume. Let's see what's happening in the Twitterati. Amongst the Twitterati.
He's making a really big thing of tapping the clay soles of his shoes. Vucevic is just Vucevic, as it were.
Finra. What a bad excuse.
Back against the high ball. Takes his time. Vucevic goes forehand.
There's nothing on Twitter. The spread is widening. That probably means they're about to cross some stock. All fraud. All fraud, 96 to 97.99. 9,010 shares. Who buys 10 shares of a dollar stock? Against 2015, 96 by 97.99. Are you out of your mind? Last trade 96, 96 to 98, 9,010 to 1,500. Okay, at least Djokovic is winning this game. He is, it's 40-15. That radio is not coming in, so let me see. I'll listen to this guy.
All right, Djokovic serves again.
He's good.
40-30.
Well, I do think computers are handling the trading.
The win took the ball.
It looks that way to me.
40-30. Serve. Down the tee, Vucevic returns. Forehand Djokovic, the backhand of Vucevic. Into the forehand of Djokovic, who shanks it. It goes out. We're at deuce.
Deuce.
Another error from Djokovic.
Another error from Djokovic.
Goran doesn't know what's going on.
This is not good for the Joker. 40-40.
Does anyone else
He was up 5-2, and now it's 5-5.
Remember that one?
Whoever said Joker was going down was right.
And then all of a sudden it was like...
He was up 5-2, and now it's 40-40. It's 5-5. Deuce.
All right, deuce. Serving to the forehand. Vucevic return goes long, and it's advantage Djokovic.
All right, advantage Djokovic. Finally. Come on, Joker.
And Nole's yelling answer.
I've bought 10 or less shares to average down. One broke before. Yeah, I know, Alan, but you know what, Alan? when you go in and put your order in to buy 10 shares, it doesn't show up on the bid and ask. It doesn't show up. I've done it. They don't show it. They only show round lots. So the shares are there to communicate. All right, 40-30. No, he won it. 6-5. So now the Frenchman is serving.
He's yelling. Djokovic, he's pissed off. And they're going, yeah, we will.
The Frenchman is serving.
Anyway, so, let's get Fernandez. She's about to lose.
Hopefully he can. This guy likes to watch the women's matches. I don't much care what happens with the women's
tennis.
tennis.
Sign language now, and Nola's not even watching. Okay, serve down team for Fernandez. Townsend in the net. Good serve, Fernandez. Advantage.
Yeah, I think, I know you were, Mario, but you turned out to be right. Yeah, the trading by computer is either, what I think it is they're trying to work the last shorts that shorted this down so they could steal money out of the market out of thin air, or they're trying to move the trades over to another prime broker with a minimal cost. But I don't believe that. Oh, he's talking about Fernandez. I don't care about that. Let's see if I can. Let me see if the French radio station will come in. Doesn't seem to want. Oh, it is. All right. All right. Do you think it's possible Alpine gets expelled but can leave a computer in the closet? Some of the keeps shorting using another algorithm. I think it's possible that other shorts will come in if they pay them off. I mean, you can do anything with money, but I think it's highly unlikely. Nobody wants to be near this trade.
If he breaks here for the set, you're going to hear one of these Djokovic roars. Vucevic staying very calm.
It's Joker. I can't see what the score is. Oh, because they give me women's singles. I don't care. All right, it's love 15. I wouldn't put it past him either.
He's on the ropes, Djokovic. He's into the net. He glares at his box. No one's standing up now.
It's 15 all.
Desperate to get it to the backhand of Vucevic. Couldn't do it. Eduardo, his agent, just
15 all. Djokovic is tired. There might be more in it, Dave, than Alpine, and the debt ceiling just passed. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. 87,000 new IRS agents, and they're not going after the criminals that take hundreds of billions out of the market without paying, if not trillions, without paying taxes. 15-15. 15-15. Yeah, one of the offices, I won't tell you which one, we went in, the gentleman knew all about MMAT, all about it, and MMTLP. But I won't tell you which one because I think it's important to use discretion. All right, so it's 15-30.
Djokovic shaking his head, berating himself.
Oh, now maybe it's 30 all. I don't know.
I feel like in this mood he'd be berating whoever's nearest.
15-minute vote now.
Vucevic waits for the crowd to settle.
Yeah, the IRS will come after us. He was a... I got to look it up. 30 all. 30 all.
The court, it is set points to Novak Djokovic.
He was a Dem. He was a Dem.
Now Djokovic
Which is important in the Senate because they control the committee.
willing him on.
And I guess I told you it was a he. But anyway, let me see how many he's are on that side. All right, it's add out. Fucsovic, it's match. It's set point.
Behind goes the Hungarian. Djokovic cannot believe it.
Oh, it's deuce.
And the set point is saved.
It's deuce. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Managing to
9,
whatever's happening at the other end.
9 men on the majority,
First serve when he needs
and
it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women.
That serve out wide, heading to the forehand of Djokovic.
No,
Djokovic steps
1,
towards
2,
the baseline.
yeah, 3, 4, 5 women.
Djokovic inside the baseline, pushes the
So
tennis
I guess it's one of the 9 men in the majority. It's deuce. No, he didn't say he was all he expressed was knowledge, awareness. He implied that there was something. I don't want to create any hopes, but my read on it is he implied that there was something substantive that they were experiencing. But whether or not, I don't know what it was. He kept his mouth zipped. Deuce.
Went for the drop shot, Fucsovic. A rare occasion he does make it.
So someone just lost a point. I don't know who it is.
Back is turned to Novak Djokovic, and then he's all serene when he turns around.
Come on, Joker. Mario. Mario.
Deuce an hour and 14.
It's deuce.
Fucsovic serves to the forehand, sort of blocks.
I hope it fails, Matt. I know you're going to disagree with me, I think. But I hope it fails. I hope. Anyway, we'll see.
Backhand cross court from Djokovic. Djokovic slices the forehand. That's going to go long.
Add in. So Fucsovic might send it into a tiebreaker.
Something else going on.
How can Djokovic, he was up 5-2, and he's turned this into an energy-sapping nightmare.
I mean, we're speculating. We don't know what's going on. It looks in his mind or in his body, but
It looks to be surface-based. It doesn't look to be a physical problem.
Yeah, add in.
Point for the tie-break. He knows which way that would go.
I don't know any Vancy on the up. Look.
Djokovic was unleashing with his forehand right now. Djokovic tries to take the pace off the cliff.
Yeah, exactly. At least we know they know.
He's had 2 hands up today to Fucsovic. I am sorry. Sort of sorry, not sorry.
very, very not sorry.
All right, so it goes to a tiebreaker.
Straight away, and almost an identical situation of
A situation.
a slice not hit very well, caught the tape.
I wish I could watch this, but it would be disappointing, I guess, because Djokovic isn't his best.
Juice.
Oh, it's deuce. I misunderstood what I heard.
This game, I think, has a right to roar, whether it's the set or.
All right, Joker, just focus.
Fucsovic hits the top of the tape.
Yeah, I know, Mario. I'm just
Serve out wild. Forehand.
I'm just breaking the tension. I want him to win. I want him to win the whole thing.
They're trading forehand blows. He'll redirect
And I don't want him to burn himself out
down the line.
in the second round.
Movement right at all. He's slipping and sliding, getting stuck.
Is it me or does CLNV look to be getting ready to break out? I don't know, Andrew. That would be interesting.
It's like Djokovic. It's like he's a quicksand. He's got to go further.
That would be really interesting. There's clapping, so I think the Frenchman must have won.
I think it's particularly bad moving to that forehand side a couple
The
of
Frenchman
times.
must have won.
The feet have got stuck.
Advantage.
Flailing for a forehand, hitting it way long.
Oh, he's not French, he's Italian.
Reaching his
But for some reason, the French don't like Djokovic.
Better not look up at the big screen because they're showing
So it's at in.
Looks like he's proposing to the ball.
Maybe CLNV. I don't trust it because of the financing, but it's a good. I think he's the CEO is a good guy, and
That would have been
the I love the product. Yeah, add in. Was that a fault? It's good, a fault.
point for the tiebreak. Forehand is long, of course it is. So, unbelievably, if you come back to us about, I don't know, 35 minutes on the clock, Djokovic had the break, looked comfortable, looked like he was probably going to get easily through the end of that first set. Aaron 17 with a tiebreak. He's talking to the chair again.
It's a tiebreak.
Someone in the crowd
He was 5-2, and now it's a tiebreak.
talking about someone in the crowd. Is he giving them a towel? Or is a towel for him? No, towel's for him.
Unbelievable.
Is he giving someone a towel? No,
Are we winning yet, Da Habler? I don't know. Let me look at Twitter and see if there was any
Well, here we go.
update
Tiebreak
on the
first sets.
hearing. I'll look at Big JR.
You're going to be hitting to the Djokovic forehand.
Big JR is usually right on top of it.
The way it's malfunctioning this evening.
Nope, nothing.
Djokovic goes to the backhand of Fucsovic.
Let me
Makes a save.
let me see.
Oh, that's a hurler of a backhand line winner from Novak Djokovic to get the first point on the board in this tiebreak.
Let me see who else I can look at. Ham's driving, so that's not going to be it. Well, let me just go to
Made their way
the.
down to Fucovic's end. He's got 2 points now to serve. 2 matches left on court. Fucsovic steadies himself. The presidential box behind him serves up wide backhand cross court centre of the box. The drop shot for Fucsovic, too much air under that backhand winner mini break Djokovic.
I don't see anything. So there's nothing on the hearing on GTII yet. But we'll see. We'll see as soon as it comes up if I'm still live.
Points.
All right, it's 2-0 Joker. So maybe he had a mini break. He must have. He must have
Mini break
because
Djokovic.
Fucsovic is serving and it's love too. So it must be a
20 on the match
mini
clock.
break by Joker.
51 local time. The off backhand return. Djokovic backhand cross court to the backhand centre of the court from Fucsovic. Fucsovic with his forehand cross court and wide.
All right, a second mini break.
Is it possible Djokovic's shoes are the problem? Well, it's very possible. I would have thought if he thought it was his shoes, he would have just asked for another pair to be sent out.
They're talking about his shoes.
Reasonably easy to do.
When GTII?
Spare pair of shoes in
I don't know when.
they go on.
I just spent quite a bit of time with Ham, and I expressed the same things you are. I said, can they just bury this? Can they just hide this? Can they just and we're all tired, but he feels like we've done everything we can do. They can't get away from this stupid trade. The shares will be bought in, so it's coming. We just don't know when. So it's 3-0 in the tiebreak. The good guy. Well, the other guy's a good guy too, but Djokovic is so far 3-0, and it looks like maybe. Yeah, I think Roscoe. I'm still holding it. I still have faith in it. I think it makes sense to add to it, but it's 3-1. So Fucsovic got a mini break back. If GTII were to squeeze tomorrow, what would happen to the restricted shares?
Every speck of play that he can. Off
You wouldn't be able to sell them. You wouldn't be able to sell them because they're restricted. But the odds are that your restricted shares in whenever time it starts to trade will have some value because Djokovic, GTII will benefit from the squeeze as well, I think. But we'll see. All right, it's 4-1. Fukovic is serving. Can I tell you when I first met him?
Just over mid-court from Fukovic. Fukovic with the slice again. Djokovic with the slice going cross-court. Pushes Fukovic back into an off forehand. Double-handed backhand centre of the court from Fukovic. The off forehand from Djokovic. The backhand is going to get a raw. Forehand cross-court. Squash shot from Fukovic. Inside the baseline. Forehand cross-court Djokovic. Djokovic with the forehand again. Down the line. The crowd are going to erupt at the end of this point. Whoever wins it. Forehand from Fukovic back up the line. The pick up from Djokovic. Short ball for Fukovic to come into attack, and he wins the point.
Well played. Both men.
Oh, shoot.
Well played. Martin.
So it's 4-2.
Fantastic resilience from him.
But it was his serve, so that's all right.
To that very, very long point. Deservedly getting plenty of support from what's now
I met him probably
Philip Chatrier.
well, I don't know what you mean by met. I met him over the phone, I'm going to say 5 years ago.
Grueling.
But in person met him, I would say
Physically,
3 years ago? I don't know. Whatever it is.
strongly built, powerful player. Good
All right, 4-1, but there it is, 4-2. Scores have changed.
Djokovic is sort of staring and glaring at everyone. I think he's sort of stared and glared at all corners.
Yeah, that's right, Phil Peters. And remember, the restricted shares are trying to cause trouble for the system, so they have to buy in real shares. So even if we can't sell them, they're giving benefit to us in helping to cause the squeeze. All right, now, oh, there it is.
Serve out wide, snap back onto his shoelaces. The 1-2 from Fukovic.
That would be fun, AC. I'd love to go to a match in Roland Garros or Australia or
The great lobs.
I've never been to the U.S. Open. I might go this year.
Djokovic.
I've been to Wimbledon several times.
Playing anywhere near his best.
Once I found out, all you have to do is show up early, and you can get tickets on the ground. You might even be able to buy tickets into the various courts. All right, it's 5-2 Joker. Oh, this is Tension City. He's serving, so he's serving for the set. Just do it, Joker.
Serve out wide.
Serve out wide.
Scurries to collect. Scoots back into position. Fukovic on his toes.
I think I'm on the early tomorrow, aren't I?
Aren't I?
And so am I.
We didn't think that one through, did we?
Just let Marcus do the talking. Drops over the net. Djokovic slides in and drops it over. Picks it up. The volley from Djokovic. Fukovic attempted to get back. Cannot get back. Moves to set points. He's staring and he's glaring. I'm sure we're going to get one of these Djokovic roars.
All right, so Joker won it. It's 6-2 in the tiebreaker, and Joker is serving.
An hour and a half set of tennis, and then to get yourself
No,
back
that's
up
not
again,
right.
which is what he might just have to do. Or one of them
It's
will
not
have to do
6-2.
it. Djokovic in the driving seat now as set points.
Maybe. I thought it was 6-3. All right, it says 6-2.
Djokovic serves down the tee, and the net is clipped, and Djokovic says, I don't want that ball again.
All right, so it was a let.
An excitable member of the Philippe Chatrier crowd, the stadium.
Well,
There's a few
Target
seats
is
here
probably
and there,
getting
pretty
shorted.
full. From
And
Wednesday night in Paris, the net is found by Djokovic. Ball boy scurries across, scoops up
I
the
know,
ball,
put it
settles into
away,
position.
Joko.
it serves out wide. The forehand cross court. There isn't a rule. There's a stare/glare at the box. The box are duly on their feet as they should be. Right then, so Djokovic takes the first on the tiebreak after an hour and a half.
It was a service winner.
But Heath, got through early, so well, number one, Carlos Alcaraz.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the level that I played today.
Carlos Alcaraz. Everyone loves this guy. I'm slow to warm to him. I'm sure he's great. Sure he's great. But Target's getting pummeled. Go woke, grow broke.
It's cream,
All right, let's see how the stock is closing.
He told me that my English is good, and
Let's see how the stock is closing, and then I'll check Twitter to. Well, it's 4 o'clock. Maybe the judge makes a ruling at 4 o'clock.
He was like finishing the match, because the interview. But scream bounce.
Closing at 99 cents. Whoever said it was in the green. It's up 0.006. It's only about 30,000 shares traded. Maybe less than 30,000 since I turned on this computer. I think it was 321 when I turned it on, and it's now 361. 99 cents closing price. 99 cents, opened at 99, closed at 99, so technically it was unch.
I have to be ready on that, really focus on his shots, but as I said, a lot of times
Logic is 28.72, unch. Well, I don't know. Let me check that again. Yeah, unch. Go Logic is 170, and that's confusing. It shows up 19 cents.
Hi Carlos, congratulations for your victory. You mentioned at the
Finger.
It was another windy condition.
163, down 9 cents on excellent revenue news, excellent financials, and obviously the crack research team at the Lynn Partners has determined that increasing cash on hand, massive increases in revenue, perfect execution of the business plan that the Lynn Partners praised when they lent money. The Lynn Partners obviously thinks it's time to continue counterfeiting shares and selling the stock down. When is this criminality going to stop?
To play as best as I can, with the windy, and today I think I played a great level with that.
Night sessions on Radio Roland Garros.
Can you hear me, Eleanor?
Let me just look at MMAT.
I think I did put the wrong headset on, but Stefan saved me.
Oh, Stefan saved you, not for the first time. Marcus Buckman, during his forecast,
Up down 0.04 for the day at 21 cents. Unbelievable. And what was the one you guys? Oh, you said CLNV?
It will never be that day. Right, we're up and running. Hour and 30 on the clock.
Ultra Me says, wow, the lady in the radio didn't get
Let me
her
look.
name is fabulous. Well, I think that's a win for both of us.
That is, isn't it? We'll both take that. Thank you. It's usually an Eleanor.
Let me look at it.
Both. Thank you very much. Drop shot.
0.036.
Oh, he redrops. That's a
I don't know why you see that as, hey, cutie pie. What a great smile. Yay, yay, yay. Here's Lucky. Bye. Bye.
I saw a message from Sani.
I don't see anything in CLNV that makes it look like it's starting to go again.
And I thought Sani was talking
But
about
maybe I'm missing something.
Stop listening to the mass media.
It was as low as 3 cents.
Intelligent, dedicated, witty,
It opened at 3 cents.
Speaks 5 languages. And
It says.
sounds like
But then it closed at 3.6 cents, and it says it's unchanged. So that's confusing. 99 cents.
30-50.
All right, let me see what's going on in Twitter, just in case there's something.
31-year-old. And a couple of corner
And I would go with
snakes
Big
doing out.
JR first.
Just settling down. Big backhand, just side edge of the line.
47 minutes ago.
Cross court, then goes backhand through the middle, bit deep. San Diego's told us off.
If this is our hearing, we are waiting for today or not and do not want to get anyone upset. No, this is
I know you know tennis.
the court case, Alpine versus FINRA.
He had to win all 4 majors in the same year twice.
So not FINRA hearing to expel Alpine, which was supposed to take place today. So we're waiting for that news on FINRA's decision to expel Alpine. We're waiting for that news today.
Each of them is a Grand Slam. You're absolutely right. Rod Laver
And I don't see
did
any
win the Grand Slam
news on it.
twice.
Let me go
Winning all 4
to
majors in 1 year.
It's Still Me, Albie,
But I'm afraid that's just how the language
see what he's saying.
Ultra me says, oh, there's 2 of you.
Um,
Can you reintroduce yourself? You are
Eleanor Preston.
I am Gigi San. And this is a break point.
nope, nothing from him. Who else would know?
This game of
Who else would know?
I think that might be my favourite.
Uh,
Oh, there's 2 of you.
I don't know who else would know here.
I thought that lady was fabulous because she's doing everything on her own.
I did Big JR. I did It's Still Me, Albie.
Commentating, opinions, grammar.
Um,
Vucevic trying to say breakpoint nets.
I don't know who else to look up. We haven't heard anything about the Alpine news today. That's what I was just checking. Um,
Spectacular in that opening game. It's more the errors from the Hungarian, but Djokovic has the early break.
Well, not a surprise to see a little bit of a dip at the start of the second set. It was very grueling in all sorts of ways, that first set. I mean, the plus side for Vucevic is that for him, he was down. He was always down in that set, and all he did was make it much more
I don't see anything
That's really a positive.
on the
He
hearing.
didn't roll over. He made Djokovic work for that first set, and he didn't do too much wrong. So while he tries to rouse himself and find some confidence, there are positives to draw on.
All right, this is interesting from RRR1, who I think might be Skinny Whale, but I'm not sure. Says, as of this morning, Credit Suisse still had not responded to the lawsuit brought by West Christian. It's interesting.
They've had a couple of very good crowd catches today, but that was not one.
Hollywood Henry, a tidal wave of justice crashes ashore and enveloping the corridors of power, or enveloping, because they're sending out massive amount of envelopes to Congress. Oh, lucky boy.
Qualifier is 5 love up. And now love 40 on Leonie Jean-Jean. 3 set points for a 6 love first set. 22.
Okay, so 5 hours. It's Me, Still Albie said, today's SEC judgment of Alpine Securities and Scottsdale Capital about to be abolished/banned from the industry forever, thanks to little old GTII and their unwavering shareholder base. That deserves a like.
Slam title, major title, number 23.
Drew Diligence, 45 minutes on the phone with Wall Street Journal reporter. It is likely that this article will be skeptical of our claims. I just want everyone to be prepared for it. I made suggestions on who to talk to. Hopefully it helps.
Vucevic slices down the line, forehand whipped across court deep into the corner from the Serb, who moves to game points. And that is the first
I'm looking
set.
to see if there's any news.
Van Essien
I'm reading tweets, so you don't have to.
Lightning quick. Not easy when you've been.
Okay, it's still me. I'll be 4 hours ago. I personally believe today is the end of Alpine's reign of terror in the securities market. Just my very humble opinion. Hoping I'm correct, because not sure how much more of this I can stand.
Threats through the middle of the court, whipped into the corner. The pick up Fucsovic finds the court. The backhand swung cross court from Djokovic. Game points Djokovic, who hits the backhand with venom, but still it come back from Fucsovic, who settles himself at the back of the court now. Fucsovic, one of those high balls from Djokovic, flattened by Fucsovic to the backhand down the line. Forehand wash shot from Fucsovic. Just got the forehand down the line for Djokovic.
All right, I'm looking. I'm looking.
Point game, and importantly for Djokovic, the consolidation of his draw. How it showed up.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez press release. They just took my blue check. I'm officially breaking up with Elon Musk. I'm sure it's going to break her heart. His heart.
This one. Marilas face her catch. Hashanov is cooking nuts. Faces Rublev.
Interesting matchups there. There is top half.
Gerald Celente, just in. Biden administration announces new $300 million military aid to the Ukraine.
Any lack of certainty on his work at the forehand is fine. Perfectly nicely taken. Interesting to see when they change end to see if it's due with hitting end. It had been swept, everything's fine now.
It would feel grumpier down this end. The closest
I'm looking, guys.
Box,
All right, here's Big JR. No, this is Irish. 40. Oh no, I already read that one to you.
Back, but it's long off the serve. We've had the bottom of the women's draw playing today. So third round lineup in the bottom half is.
Wow, this is It's Still Me, Albie, 4 hours ago, and he quoted from the injunction, quote, rendering Alpine ineligible to continue to operate in the securities field. This isn't a final. He writes, with the low-hanging fruit, they need to save face before the entire market goes crashing down. Will they take advantage and force Alpine to settle the trades before the expulsion?
Pavlyuchenkova, Otapova, and Clara Torsten, who did come through. Fernandez, who will be out of our hotel, 6 years in the doubles, faces the winner of the match on court. Great match here now with Ina Avasian in the driving seat.
In the driving seat, apparently with her foot very firmly on the accelerator pedal. Ed says, my favourite Gigi moment from WAC. Gigi and Courtney feeling uncontrollable.
There's a sign in New York on Belial Law Firm, MMTLP 1. That's pretty cool. I don't see any news on. I don't see any news going on. So. I don't see any news on the hearing, so I guess we'll just have to wait till later tonight. Hey everyone, I think I'm going to call it early because we should just pay our taxes to Ukraine. Hey Gary, I'm all right. I'm worn out though from going down to Congress.
Djokovic is still yelling up tops, pointing to the side of his head, but he's got an opportunity for a dunk in the early stages of this second set.
So Will from Saratoga Springs, joint development agreement with confidential battery OEM. Put the dots together. It's Elevetrovia. Yeah, it might take a while to hear about Alpine. You're right. You're right. Let me see. There might be a Twitter call that Ham will be on. No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Let's see what this says. 4:30, there's going to be a Ham call. All right, so I guess I got to stay on for that for everybody. So in 15 minutes, we'll listen to Ham and hear what he has to say. I'm dying to know what happened in D.C. Inquiring minds want to know what happened in D.C. Wow. Second set, Djokovic is just angry because it's 3-0 already and he's serving. So he's just so frustrated with what happened. I'm a legend. One guy, very nice guy, I want to say it might have a friend of Luke Guida's, said get a picture with him and then ask for his autograph. I said, you don't want my autograph. I'll take your autograph. Yeah, that's it. Joko has to give the crowd a show. Two-part comment. All right, let me go up, Will. All right, they're just arranging for the call at 4:30, and we'll do it. I'm going to pay the price for not having eaten anything since breakfast, but that's all right. Putting on weight, I need to get. You know what, Jack? Maybe they should send the 350 million counterfeit shares of GTII to the Ukraine. Ah. So now Djokovic is up 30-15 in the fourth game. I might just beg on you because I gotta go on this call, which you'll hear. You'll hear at 4:30. I'll play it right here. But I'm just going to get something to drink and maybe see if I can nosh on something so that I don't run out of energy. So I'll be right back. Let me put on the Djokovic match if it's here. I don't know why everything is so...
Public speaking, oof, I hated that.
All right, this guy will keep you company while I grab an apple or something.
In a room. There's no one here. In my house. 40-30. Debate club? We didn't have that. We didn't have that. I went to a small school with nothing. There was not that many activities. I was going to forehand now into the backhand slice of Fucsovic. That goes wide. It's 4-love Djokovic. The correct answer was PE, sports. I love doing sports because that was fun. I love going and doing sports. We played basketball, we played soccer, we played footy, we played athletics, all stuff. All the sports. Anything to go and kick a ball. Like, I love it. Anything to get out of the classroom and do some activities. So much more fun. I'm good at speaking to the public. Well, I'm speaking to you guys. Are you guys the public? You sound tired, annoyed. You need a break. No, I'm good. As with a forehand out to the slice of Nole in the net, 15-love. Who keeps spamming Jamaica? Jamaica. You're Jamaican me crazy. You're Jamaican me crazy. Please stop. We get it. You're Jamaican the chat crazy. Don't make me turn this car around. Hey, don't make me turn this car around. Turn it around. Stop watching this match. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Turn this car around. You're Jamaican everyone crazy. Sit back there and shush. Shh. Quiet back there. Let's get myself a jump scare. That scared me. Why am I... Hey! 30, love. As Fucsovic serves a fault. Second serve. Second serve into the forehand of Djokovic. Djokovic goes back and slice of Fucsovic. Into the slice of Nole. Forehand from Fucsovic goes in. Djokovic goes down the line. That's a good shot. To the backhand of Fucsovic, and Nole hits a lovely volley. Fucsovic gets it though, and Nole puts away the second one.
Ow.
Just 30-15.
So much. All right. Sorry about that. I guess I'll have a banana, and I'll try to eat it quietly.
Stop calling me Papa.
I'll try to eat it quietly.
It's weird. All right, 30.
4-0. All right, so Djokovic is just taking care of business now.
To Djokovic about that volleys because that was pretty good. Serving to the forehand of Djokovic, backing out from Fucsovic. Into the slice of Djokovic. Fucsovic with the forehand. In the back of Djokovic and the forehand of Fucsovic. Nole with the forehand. Into the forehand of Fucsovic, the forehand of Djokovic. Down the line goes the backhand of Fucsovic, and Fucsovic in the net. 30-0.
30-all.
Cam is better. I don't know. It's not. I don't think. Just call me Cam. Right? It's fine. Or you can call me Lord. I mean, you know, His Majesty. The tennis.
I wonder what happened to Djokovic
It's 11 hours into this.
in that first set.
11 hours into this. Shut up. Definitely don't call me Dado. That's what you're return now. Weird. Forward down the line to the backhand of...
So, Matt, what is it? GOP is
Djokovic.
13 behind and only has 6 votes left. So that means it's going to pass, right?
40-30.
It's going to pass?
So you're a Kiwi. Who's winning the French Open? Djokovic.
Thank you,
Djokovic's
Alan.
gonna win. All right. To get on the board here, no bagels.
So,
Fucsovic doesn't want any. 40-30.
let me see if I can find it for you.
So we get a fault, second serve. And Nadal and Djokovic in the same side of the draw. Oh, Chat's already answered it. As we serve in the backhand of Djokovic, forehand of Fucsovic. Into the slice of Nole, that goes into the forehand of Fucsovic, backhand of Djokovic.
The debt deal inches towards Senate.
Djokovic drop shot. Fucsovic goes, runs, he can't get it. And we get to deuce. That was a beautiful drop shot.
This is gonna be on Vegas TV, bro.
And we get to deuce. Lovely drop shot from Nole.
All right, let's see.
It's a mud for Dev. What?
I wonder what's happening. Hey, Pete the Greek.
Chet, did
All right,
I
let me
tell
see
you
what
weird?
Matt's saying.
This
Dems
is
just
good.
started
Green man's
voting.
good.
Yes,
Green
it's
always boring.
209 to
One in the chat, you're
202.
weird.
So
Two in
210
the chat,
pass.
you're normal. 3 in the chat.
All right, so it's going to pass.
No threes. Cancel the threes. All right, deuce. Serves a let from Fucsovic.
214, 119. Very disappointing.
I love how people put 2 in the chat. You are lying. You wouldn't be a part of this channel if you're normal.
All right, it's
You're
deuce
watching a guy
for
watch
Joko.
tennis. You're not normal. This is not normal. You are watching me watch tennis. Do you think any normal person would do that?
No.
You're right. Goodbye. We just lost 20 people. As that goes out from Fucsovic,
Advantage
why did
Djokovic.
7 people leave? I am normal. Bye. Advantage Djokovic. Stop calling me puppy. It is bizarre now that you say it. It is. But it's
Oh, this is not the vote for the bill. All right.
as long as you like it. Serving the backhand is a fault. Second serve.
Have
Djokovic
I ever
following
tried
the lead.
acupuncture for my brain? I have tried it,
Second
and I hate
serve.
needles.
Goes into the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand of Fucsovic to the forehand of Djokovic. The forehand of Fucsovic. Djokovic down the line. Fucsovic to the slice. That goes in. Nole inside out. It's a great shot. Comes back though. Forehand from Djokovic again. Fucsovic can't get that 5 love.
5-0. Amazing.
Brutal for Djokovic now. All right. I'm here for the memes. What memes?
Djokovic is upset.
We are listening to you, not watching you. Okay. That's fair. Love it when you call... Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm not rapping... Not rapping in... not rapping nothing. Anyways. Best meme recently is us paying for the room's roof.
Thank you for letting me do
We're
that.
only at like $3.
In 4 minutes, we'll go on the call to hear him.
So if you want to fund the roof for the room, then feel free to...
We will hear him in 4
Is
minutes.
that weird? Yeah, that is weird.
The ham countdown.
That is weird.
And in the meantime, we'll see what Matt...
Yes. We are watching and listening. Nice. Honestly, I was nervous for Nole in the first set. Yeah, it was looking a little shaky, but he pulled it together. I mean, it's Novak Djokovic. He doesn't... Unless he's hurt, he doesn't randomly lose. Are you really human? Reply to this message to prove that you're not an AI. AI.
How did Anna Paulina Luna vote?
Five love.
All right, 5-0.
Djokovic serving for a bagel in this second set.
See? Matt's very fair-handed, fair-minded.
He won't be playing a night match because I'm sure Alcaraz will play the night match against Chapo at night. So 4-0 for Fucsovic. That's
I know,
love
she's
15.
my favorite too, Matthew
15.
Parker. So far. I don't know her that well.
Nice shot
But
there from Fucsovic.
I haven't been
Djokovic is not good with the
disappointed
hands.
so far.
At the net. He's not Federer. At the net.
Uh-oh. Love 15.
Love 15.
This isn't good for the bagel.
So the forehand
Is
of Fucsovic
it
back
eggs
in,
and
Djokovic
ham
back into Fucsovic.
time?
Get in the back of Nole. Nole in
2
love 30.
minutes.
What
All right, let me see. With these space calls, you have to call in right as they start. You can't call in early, so
Love 30.
it gives me a chance to see if there's one more point in Djokovic's favor. Uh-oh, love 30. Darn it.
Fucsovic won. He's had a ton of chances.
Darn it.
That's a bit of fault. Second serve.
I don't think it's the fact that we're borrowing the money. I think it's what we're spending on it. Is spending it on that bothers me.
Sliced. Goes long, 15:30.
All right, 15:30. There, it's a uniparty. No question, it's a uniparty.
3 points away from the bagel and the 2 sets of low lead.
Wow.
1 set closer to me going to bed.
I didn't want to have to do this call.
Also, we're almost at 500 likes. Thank you for that.
Yeah, they can't pay the bills, but they can pay the interest as long as people trust our dollar. And that means we need a strong economy. And instead, we're squandering money everywhere. Why we didn't lock up our long-term debt in low-yielding... Anyway. All right, it's 15:30. And 1 minute to go before we have to switch to hamster. No, it's 30 all. It doesn't say that here, but that's good to know. Ain't it good to know there's still a few old country boys around? I heard you were a slow train coming out of Caroline. Something that you were hauling.
Djokovic. Into the back of Fucsovic. Find out Djokovic down the line. That's a great shot. Slice from Fucsovic goes in. Back into Nole. Again to the back of Fucsovic. Djokovic backhand. Into the front of Fucsovic. Sliced.
40-30.
Got Fucsovic on the run. Slice again from Fucsovic. Goes long and it's set point.
Set point.
40-30.
All right, I'm going to listen to the set point. I'm going to listen to the set point before I call into the hamster.
Not officially.
Unless it takes too long. But I think it's going to happen right now.
I'm a degenerate. I'm a real streamer. I sleep all day. And
let's see.
40-30. Serve is a fault.
Yeah, fault.
Somebody's got to watch these matches. 40-30. Second serve.
I sleep all day. I pick up sticks.
Second serve is a double fault. What the hell?
Double fault? All right, we can't hear it.
Deuce.
Can't hear it. I hang around in bars. I put on women's clothing. And something. All right. Here we'll start listening. We can't hear that. We can't hear that end of that match. Set. So I'm here. I don't hear anything because I guess they're not talking yet. Oh, the microphone is off. The microphones are off. Yeah, he sent me live now. Okay, live now. So what? Relax, everyone. I guess he doesn't see that I'm on. I'm on. Well, anyway, I guess I have to hit request. Invited to co-host. What? I thought I was gonna... I'm a co-host. I'm a co-host. Yay.
How you doing, Busy? William.
Hey, Avid. Hey, Busy. Junk Savvy.
How's everyone doing today?
GTII, Barb.
Hey, Avid. Hey, William. Just setting up here. Give me a second.
Optimus. Matt K is on. So many people.
Oh, yeah. Hey, thank you, everybody, for attending. So, let's start off the space call with William. I know that you and Adam took a trip again to Washington. I know you live in D.C., but Ham went over there and met up with you again, walked the halls. Give us a little update.
Well, I can't show it to you, but I showed people on my live. I can read it. I could probably read it fairly quickly, but our main goal, it was Ham, myself, and a gentleman I call Father Guido Sarducci. But he flew. I think he's flying back now. But Guido was with us. He was fantastic. He worked so hard. It was almost like we were witnessing Junk Savvy or Anna, Queen of Trades. So we went, and Ham is nonstop. I don't know. He never saw a door he didn't want to walk in. So we probably gave out, I would guess, 75 or 80 of these packets, and there's only 100 senators. So we hit a majority. But the main focus that we zeroed in on Father Sarducci emphasized was the Committee on Finance. So the majority members, Ron Wyden, Debbie Stabenow, Maria Cantwell, Robert Mendez, Thomas Carper, Benjamin Cardin, Sherrod Brown, Michael Bennett, Robert Casey, Mark Warner, Sheldon Whitehouse, Margaret Hassan, Catherine Cortez Masto, and Elizabeth Warren on the strong side. On the minority, it was Mike Crapo, Chuck Grassley, John Cornyn, John Thune, Tim Scott, Bill Cassidy, James Langford, Steve Daines, Todd Young, John Barrasso, Ron Johnson, Tom Tillis, and Marsha Blackburn. We also went in to John Kennedy's, Bernie Sanders, sorry about that, and many others. But these were the focus, and I will tell you I was surprised. I'm not going to give you the name of the office, but one of the offices, the gentleman that we spoke with, he said, "You're not the MMAT matter, are you?" And we asked him, "Do you know about that?" And oh yeah, he knew about it, and he didn't want to go into detail, but it was pretty clear that MMTLP and MMAT is before this committee in some fashion. I don't want to characterize it because I didn't hear from him, but it was the first thing off his mind, and so I think you guys have had a lot of impact. I think we had an effective day. There were a lot of people showing interest, but we've got to follow up. We collected the names in each case of who was the contact for the finance issues, and we'll follow up with that. And I don't know what else to start out with, Busy, but it was I think a highly effective day, and we knocked them out. And
was there any was it all staffers, or was actually any Congress or senators that you guys met up with?
Well, it was all staffers, but I said hello, and she said hello to me, to Senator Murkowski. I said hello to Bernie Sanders. He said hello to me, and we met in the hallway. We met Senator, I'm going to forget his name now, Casey, but we never spoke. We never engaged directly with any of them, and I don't think you could expect to just walk in on a senator and get time. We heard from at least a handful of them that they'd be willing to schedule a meeting, but you have to schedule it in advance, and you have to meet with the appropriate I don't know what to call it, legislative aid. There's so many titles, but no, mostly we talked to the people in charge of handling walk-ins. But it was effective. Ham was effective. Lou was effective. Guido was effective. And I was a witness.
Let's go. Let's go with Anna. Anna, you have the mic. Any updates from you in regards of their trip and anybody that MMTLP and GTII, anybody that we should be reaching out to? Yeah.
Well, I spoke with him earlier in the day, and he sent me a number to pass along to some of the community members who were in one state. So I was going to reach out to William and see if he had cards for the different states that I could pass out at that level. But I want to thank you, William, for going. And I know you didn't give yourself any credit, but you're always very effective in communication as well. So thank you so much for going today. I plan to be there in the next week or two, and I don't want to announce it, but if anyone is wanting to go to Congress, I know I have several people that I need to get back to, but I'm putting out that call to I put the schedule out so that you can see when they're in session, but trying to put together small groups to do exactly what William was talking about today is, go walk the halls of Congress. But I love the suggestion of making setting up the appointments. I guess, I felt very fortunate that when I was there, I was able to get staffers to actually meet with me and sit down in most of the offices. But I know that, as more and more of us are going, that it's important that we schedule ahead of time to meet with the individual staffers that are handling the matter of MMTLP and the counterfeit shares in the market. So just thank you, William, and look forward to, talking about this.
Well,
more.
thank you. It was
going now.
It was your work that broke the ice and made it easy for us to go there. But our goal today was, I think, ambitious, but we did ask, particularly Lou Guido did ask each office, could we talk with someone? Could we talk? So it wasn't for lack of asking, but we were determined, and Lou kept us on that task, to hit every single one of these members of the Finance Committee. It's 3 different office buildings, and we did it. I mean, he had to leave.
It's massive. It's like you're exhausted at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, we didn't have lunch. We pulled an Anna and we pulled a Junk Savvy. We didn't have lunch, and we just kept going. But we made it, and so I feel good about the day. There were several offices that showed heightened interest, but I don't feel like I should name them, and then frankly I have to check my cards to make sure I remember which ones they were. But I think we have to be discreet in the sense that if a senator or a staffer wants to participate in this, I don't think it helps to get the name out there and have everyone bugging them. I think we have to handle it like a confession, with the integrity of a confessional, and just let them come to us. All we need is 1 or 2 of these senators, and I walked into John Kennedy's office, and he's got this enormous alligator hanging there. He's funny. But I asked his assistant, I said, you know what we'd love? Because she said, well, just let us know. Just you all let us know what else we can do. I said, you know what I'd love? Study this information. And I'd love John Kennedy to come up with one pithy statement that everyone every journalist will want, every newscaster will want to put on the news, and everyone will remember, because we're having a hard time coming up with it. But if he can summarize stealing and fraud in the markets in a clever catchphrase, that would be great. She laughed, and we'll see what happens.
Well, that's exciting here. Maybe we can talk offline, and I can get the list of, who...
It's pretty long.
And I can set some appointments. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty long. I can take some pictures and...
Yeah.
And
and like I said, guys, if anyone is wanting to go, I'm putting together small groups to go continue the efforts. I think it's very effective to just continue to visit their offices and to, even if you can't get the meeting, to drop off the information. So thanks, William, for doing that. And Busy, thank you for opening the space. And I will.
Well, I will, Anna, if people are coming to the Senate, I will say it had a completely different feel than the House. And I don't know if it was just me, but it seemed like a lot of people were wearing suits and ties. It was just I don't know, just a little bit different than the House.
Buttoned up. I mean, I felt like the House was pretty buttoned up too.
The House was too. I don't want to say something negative about the House at all, but
no, I'm just saying, like whenever we go there, you have to be mindful of what we wear because you do have to dress.
I think the minimum.
Professional.
I think the minimum is business casual, but maybe. I don't know. I didn't see a lot of people in jeans in the Senate offices, but on the other hand, I think it would be fine to show up in jeans. So.
Right, and I think also next week and also this week they're probably very busy. Like that's why you may not have been able to because they're still working out this debt ceiling.
Well, in every office they had the cameras going from the hearing, that the vote in the Senate. So you're right.
Yeah, they're super busy with that. So I'm sure that was kind of kept them from being able to sit down with you today. But thanks, William, for the update, and it looked exciting. And thank you guys for getting the truck out there. I posted a picture of it if anyone wants to look, and that was very nice of him to put a picture for MMTLP on there, even though he's not an investor. It's just such a thoughtful and nice thing to do.
Well, Anna, you should know we didn't talk specifically about any stock ticker, so we weren't there to discuss GTII. We did, if it came up in a discussion, we would talk about different things, but we didn't. We weren't there competing with MMTLP in any way. We were.
No, and I think it's just to continue to educate these staffers because they're the ones that write the the legislation that they put forth towards the Senate and the House. So if we can just continue to let them know the damage that the counterfeit shares or naked short selling is causing in all these different stocks throughout the market. I mean, they're aware of MMTLP.
They are.
They're meeting on it. They are very aware of it.
They are.
Like I put out, I got a message from someone in the community who had heard from one of the staffers that you and I sat down with actually for over an hour, and he was had sent back that the oversight committee is looking to subpoena the blue sheets. So, that's something that is new that has happened this week that I think we actually came out last week. But we need to continue to push for that.
One thing I tried to emphasize, just because everyone's muted. Now everyone's unmuted. Okay. I don't know if you can hear me, but one thing I tried to emphasize when they were listening was the tax consequences or the lack of tax payments of hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars being stolen from the markets tax-free. They're not paying any taxes. And I had hoped that might register. I don't know if it did or not, but I think that is something now that the budget deal's across that it matters. I mean, they're going to come after each and every one of you with 80,000 new IRS agents. Why are people like Kurt Kramer and Philip Vallier and the guy at Yorkville, why are they allowed to strip money out, and everyone that did it with Torchlight and MMTLP, to strip money out, take it offshore, and pay no taxes? I don't understand how this can be acceptable in the United States of America. Anyway, I brought up taxes quite a bit today.
I think that's good. Each time we go, we just bring up something different, and I'll always bring up MMTLP, but I think that's just the way we hit them is continuing to go. So thanks, William. Thanks, Busy.
Okay.
Anna, this is Sam. I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm still driving again. But anyway, everything was great. Lou came down. He was great from New York. And he learned quickly like you did, Anna. And I don't know what else to throw at them. I showed them live
SEC. I said, if anyone from your office speaks with the SEC, they try to claim that they're not aware of the situation. Show them the picture of the truck. I gave them some pictures of the truck in real time. I showed them the pictures of today, the truck outside the SEC. They all know. It's impossible to hide. From J.D. Vance to the people from Tennessee to Kentucky, Arizona, I can't remember all the names. There was one gentleman that I spent 30 minutes with. He was from, no one was with me, Bill. I told you, from Delaware. He understood short selling. He understood naked short selling. And the conversation started at the 10th floor, not the first floor. So we were right down the road. I wanted to kick him in the ass and tell him to go get Joe Biden to wake him up and do something, but I didn't want to insult him. So I told most people, I don't give a shit if you're Democrat, Republican. I really don't give a damn. Just be settle a trade. Do something. At least tell us that if they're not going to do anything, to go away and say, hey, we're never going to help you get lost. At least have the nerve to do that. That's what I said. But I thought it went great. We hit tremendous people. All the people you see on television, we were in their offices. All right, so if they didn't know about it before, they know now. We explained it. Many different people, different shapes, different forms. Again, I don't pitch stocks. When the guy told us from Oregon that he knew about MMTLP, and I called you up immediately. I said, contact these people. The guy said it to us. As we were just beginning to pitch him about the counterfeiting, he told us he knew about MMTLP, and I know your meeting's coming up this week. So that's why I told you, attack him. Adam's got the name, and go get him. And, listen, keep showing up, giving out some information, the basic stuff. I gave out stuff from the DOJ, Goldman Sachs is fine, the bank stocks getting killed. I gave out all information about that. The show, I never go there to pitch a stock. I don't believe in that. I'm here to pitch, to expose the naked short selling fraud, and it will trickle down to whatever stock you're in. That's my belief. So if anyone thinks that we came here to pitch GTII, they're completely wrong. I didn't go there to pitch MMTLP. I went there to educate about the fraud, and MMTLP came up, and, I told you to attack it, and that's what you needed to do, and you got the guy's name and number. Go get him. William, you with me on a lot of them. We went different ways a lot. But, William can tell you how aggressive I am. Maybe you can tell him how I pitch.
He pitches like he plays. He pitches like he plays handball or racquetball. He goes right at it. He doesn't stop. But he's very good. He's charismatic. He engages the people in front of him. And the one gimmick he has, he raises his voice a bit so that everyone around hears it. But he's very good. Very effective.
So I have my pitch down perfect, and I get their attention, and when they want my information, I give it to William, and I tell him I'm a whistleblower, and William will take the information, and William gets all the information from them. We have to have 100 cards, easy. I don't know all the cards you have, but I was getting, 6 or 7 at a time, and I was pitching, people in the office, the council. I'll give you the craziest thing. I went into the office of the people from Alaska, and they were super educated on the security markets, understood it. I pitched 5 people. They sat there, they listened, they took notes, they took our information, and I thought that was amazing because that was the last place that I thought I would get some great feedback from, but it was excellent. And you know what? They wanted to know more, and they're going to reach out, and I think that was great. And I just told you that all it takes is 1 to 2 people to tango, and we're up to the races here. If anyone saw the photos of the truck, remember we were in D.C. and right up the road at the even understand how anyone who gets paid to enforce or do anything has not stopped to even look into what we're talking about, and how they let it go on one more day is just amazing. I can't even answer it. Does anyone have a question or anything? Just let me know. I'm just driving.
Hey, Ham. Yes, I want to thank you so much for everything, for going to D.C., for putting MMTLP on the truck. I did pass the information along.
No, listen, it's because of people like yourself who stepped up and wanted to fight, all right? I've been doing this as a one-man band for a long time, and people like William, Adam, and everybody else in your community, or whatever community is, Luke stepped up today. Again, people from all over are stepping up and trying to help out. And I tell the people straight out, if you don't do something, they're not taking my money anymore. They've already taken it. They're taking your money. And I let them be known. That if you do nothing, you're going to get robbed. I don't care where you have it, you're going to get robbed. You, your family, your cousin, your mother, someone's going to get robbed. So I put it to them in a straightforward, and most of them said the same thing. This will get into the proper hands. We will make sure. I was in Elizabeth Warren's office, and William wasn't with me. I met the head of the committee for small businesses in the U.S. He sat with me for 20 minutes, and I told him every small company that goes public, don't you dare let them go public. They're just going to be robbed. And he was fascinated. He took our information, and he got drilled down, and I took care of him. Okay? We're getting there. And when you go next week, Anna, you just keep knocking on the doors. I went into the Financial Service Committee, and I spoke to two secretaries there. They gave two folders, and they were going to pass it upstream for me. It wasn't anyone's name, but it was the committee members. And you just keep going until, as they say, until something will stick. We're going to get them. I don't know how they're standing. To me, I can't believe it, but you know what? It is what it is.
Go ahead, Anna.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Han, thank you so much. I tweeted out, I put up in the Nest, guys, the schedule for the Senate and the House when they're in session, and I'm putting together small groups. So please DM me if you guys want to try to organize to get there. We're also going to try to set appointments going forward, but or you can just walk the halls. I know right now they're really busy with this debt ceiling, but it's just a really effective way to get the message out and to continue to educate these staffers who, like we said, they're the ones who write the legislation that gets pushed through. So we have to continue to educate these people, and I just thank you guys again for all the hard work y'all putting into this. It's amazing.
Oh, we pass the baton to you. Now it's your turn.
It was your example. It was your example, Anna.
No, I'll be back there again. I spent the week there, and it's exhausting. I know you guys are tired after the day. Well, thank you, William.
You said it there, and I didn't do it. So
thank you guys.
Thank you. That's supporting me. I'm supporting you and all the people here. Again, this game has passed me by. I'm doing, you probably just take the second, retweet something you see.
I don't know why I think he's fading out. Can anybody hear anybody? Is it me? Maybe it's my connection.
you want.
There you go.
And you know what? And they know I know all the information. So that's the most important thing when you do this stuff. So the people that are going down, don't be afraid, but please do your homework because they do ask questions, and you want to make sure you're not stuttering going backwards.
Great advice, Ham.
Right.
Thank you.
Let's get into some GTI. What's going on with GTI? Any news? I know that there's a lot of.
I can't listen, people. I have no contact with the company. I'm following it like you are. The things are getting close. There's no reason for anyone trying to dig. I don't believe in that. Let it happen. The company, listen, GTII, for everyone on this call, when the stock went to $9, they were getting calls every day, 10 times a day, to take money. The company did not take the money. So for the company not to take the money tells me they're here for the battle. All right? This is a battle. They're here rolling the dice to go the whole way with the shareholders. So anybody who's willing to do that and not take the money when it was 9, okay, they're here for the battle. And, I got it. You may trust them. You don't trust them. But what I see in the
I don't understand why it's.
I send them everything, the spoofing, the market makers, the washing. I send it to them in real time. I take photos of it. I show them the whole thing. In a second, in 20 minutes, I can show them, maybe 10 scoops, wash trays, you name it. So he compiles it for the court. This is the public company he's representing. I can't ask any questions because it's inside information. So I back away from that. You don't ask. That's just how it goes. I know you people don't like to be in the dark, but you have to be in the dark. It's a public company. It's inside information. There's nothing I can say or do. So people go to jail. People go to jail for getting inside information. If you want to get it, good luck. So I'm not doing it.
I got Dr. Demo here. Dr. Demo, go ahead.
I can't hear Dr. Demo. I can't hear Dr. Demo.
No?
Hello?
Well, listen, I can tell you this.
Yeah.
3 years ago,
It's all right.
I was in Las Vegas and I pitched to people from Central Mine standing against the wall of the season. I pitched with, and they reached out and I told them to reach the GTII, and they have. Okay? My friend who knows those people, he says that things are moving forward, but I don't ask because I'm not management. I don't,
We don't.
They reached out to some shareholders on Twitter.
We don't know
Some
about
shareholders reached
FINRA
out to them.
yet.
And, William heard it too. They got their bond money. I don't know how they.
I guess he's driving through bad reception.
Go ahead, Dr. Demo.
No, just the other question I had, it's kind of asking on behalf of some others too, that it kind of gets asked a lot, but I know that number seems to be hovering around 300 million. Does that still seem to be a plausible number, or is that number decreasing, increasing? Because it seems to kind of held fast where it's at. And obviously you see the price action in the
First of all, I stopped counting a long time ago at 300. I stopped. Then the
This is worse than Ron DeSantis's announcement.
I mean, I don't want to sound like a shill or anything, but I've been trying to think of this in every single way possible. I guess at one point trying to think like a criminal.
I said it's 300 million. We've been counting it for 2.5 years, right?
Right.
So let's say I'm completely wrong. It's 150, right?
Right.
So 50 times 10% is another 15 million. That gives you 165. All right, I cut it in half already.
No, I don't.
I cut it down to 75 million. After sending that, another 7.5 million, up to 80-something million. Pick any number you like. Make it 50 million, and there's only 25 million shares short, right? You got to add 10% of that. Pick any number. They haven't bought back a share if they start covering any of those numbers I told you. If they cover just what they sold last week and start selling, the stock will be somewhere around $10.
Well, what if they're buying? What if they're buying, but not buying in their name, but buying in a separate entity and then parking these offshore?
So you're saying they're buying it? Well, who's selling the stock? We see the data every day. That I post it every day. Those are posted every day, and I comment on it. I didn't see today's action, so I couldn't tell you. But if it's in the same goddamn spot all day, obviously they're washing stock in the same spot. There'll be some sporadic buying today. I think it was 300,000 shares traded. I don't even know what really happened here, but I can guarantee you that with the wash trades going on, the naked short numbers going to be somewhere between 30 and 40%. It'll be at the low end because they're washing trades. And then if you say, okay, it's 300 million and 300,000 shares, they had to wash at least 150. They weigh 300 minus, and you'll see the number will be up to 20,000. So every day is too.
The thing that kind of comes back to me on this is I'm looking at the shares available for shorting. We just went from 200, we just jumped up to 850 or 800,000, and the stock moved up 4 cents.
If you buy a share, then you buy shares in Ameritrade today, they'll lend them out, even though your share is a counterfeit share. That's how they work this whole thing. That's where they create more shares to borrow against. And they're lending out new investors who purchased it. So people understand the depository trust has its own stock lending program on top of what you see. I own 1 million shares. I own all the shares of the company. I own 1 million shares at the DTC. The next day, you come in and buy 1 million. Depository trust will borrow my shares internally and settle your trade. Let's say your wife comes in and buys 1 million shares the next day. They'll lend her your shares, which came to me, to settle her trade. It's called the stock lending program inside the DTC. So what they do is they borrow shares inside the DTC and then tell the world that they settle all their transactions, which is false because they're just borrowing fixed shares to settle the transactions. That's inside the DTC. DTC makes it look like they're settling trades, and on the outside, the stock loan department, which is also fraudulent, are creating their own shares to lend out. And if you go to Johnny Tobacco, you said you've been speaking to him, ask Johnny Tobacco about the stock lending on the desk of all these brokerage firms. And when you want to ask him anything, ask him, say, Mr. Tobacco, you worked on that desk. How about giving us the names of the people that worked on the desk that you know are bad? Get the names. Let's see who the names are that he knows. Not the firm. Get the names of the individuals of the stock loan desk, whether it's Goldman, whoever it is, Goldman, Pershing, whoever, Morgan Stanley. If he knows all the people, he knows all the bad apples. Trust me. Get the names.
Anybody else have any questions for him? Please take a mic. We got William back, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
It's an elevator in the Senate building.
He said you got lost in the elevator in the Senate building.
Well, easy to do.
So I got another mic request. Let's go. MTG Master, go ahead. You have the mic. MTG, go ahead. You got to unmute yourself.
Hey, gentlemen. While we're waiting for the question, you know, if you live on the East Coast, I strongly recommend that you go to D.C. and just, I mean, listen, if you're under the age of 50 years old and you want to play in the equity market, you need to go to D.C. for yourself and not listen to me and William, and just get a feel of Anna and see how the people in D.C., the people that oversee the U.S. equity market, see how they react to your questions to them. And once you get that gut feeling, you can make your own determination and see what you think is going to happen. And say, oh my God, these people are idiots. Or you can say, oh my God, these people get it, and I think something big is going to happen. If you said to me and you bent my arm, I would tell you, I believe something major is going to happen. I think they're going to start arresting these people. The system is going to break. They all know about it. When the banks collapsed, everyone got nervous. Right? And I think you're going to see something big happen. That's my belief. You know, I've been there 5 times already, you know, and I've spoken to 400 people. And each time I go back, it feels stronger, and I think it's going to break. I don't know how they're stuck in the truck. To me, that's the most brutal thing I've ever seen in my life. And William did a great job putting that together for us.
I don't know where he is now.
I gave you credit, William.
No,
Well, it faded away.
Great job coordinating this thing with you.
You got to be able to get your point across. You're talking to people that are not stock market people. You guys remember, most people on the calls now have been in the trenches and understand the basics of counterfeiting. You know, I have to drag it down and then ramp it up. So I basically, you know, talk about counterfeiting, and then I bring it up and show them the opposite way of what it does to public companies. But if you can, and you live on the East Coast, for your own family, your own sake, take the time. You know, I drove 8 hours back and forth today. I got up 3 o'clock in the morning to do this, make sure I was on time. Otherwise, William will yell at me, so I'll make sure I'm on time. But again, it's not easy to do. Okay, I have a family too. I leave them, I drive, you know, and I spend the money and I do it. But it's for me to understand and see what I see happening. If you don't get that feeling, then you know what? Then you need to come home and liquidate whatever you have and move on, because it's very dangerous what we're seeing here. You know, in GTII, for example, or MMTLP, these 2 stocks are so late in the game, meaning that it's the bottom of the 9th inning. I don't know what the regulators are going to do on the FINRA and the SEC on the MMTLP, and I don't know what they're going to do on the Alpine, the Kramers, and the amount of proof that we jammed down their throats already. How much longer can they buy time? How much longer can this charade keep going on? Okay, they have a lot of investors screaming at them. You know, MMTLP has a big crowd of people attacking them. GTI has, you know, we called every day for 2 years. You know, so we've done the same thing that you guys are doing. You know, there's proof now. You guys have it from the SEC and FINRA, you know, with the freedom of information. And GTI has it from the depository trust. I mean, so we all got tremendous opportunities here. I don't understand how anybody isn't climbing over a fence into Mexico and hiding. I can't figure it out.
Let's go with some questions. Go ahead, MTG.
Oh, sorry, guys. It wasn't a question, Em. I saw the picture in the truck and heard you speaking, and again, Your resolve is absolutely relentless and unbroken, my friend, and not only on MMTLP, but on behalf of all retail. I just want to let you know, man, that we see you and we appreciate you, and keep giving us what we need to do, man, and we're happy to help.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys are taking the time to educate yourself. I said if I had a gun in the bed to be over in about 4 minutes, but I do not have one. I can't believe if you just look at the photos, take a second on Twitter and just expand it and make it bigger. And you sit there and you say, how did the people in the SEC, it's an old glass building, how did they sit there? It says GTI is giving them the finger. I mean, how much more embarrassment can you take? We called out Gensler. We called out his Grey Wall. He's the head of enforcement, and I know people that know him. They said he's a wonderful guy. He loves to do it. How are they not doing anything? I don't get it. I don't know. But when I look at those photos, I cringe. That's how brutal they are. Again, William is our guy who designs all the trucks. So
oh, come on.
So,
that's
he's
not.
got a thick stomach. He's good at this stuff. So, I give him a round.
Oh, come on.
Let's go with our arbitrage. You have the mic. Yes, I can. Go ahead, sir.
I can't hear him. I can't hear him.
I have a friend that's involved with it, and I don't like to ask him. So I said, William, give him a call, and he spoke to the gentleman, and he said the same thing. They got the bond money. William could tell you the conversation. I don't believe it's inside information because it's a private company, and until they actually sign some paperwork and put it out there, I don't. Again, it is what it is. There's people that have spoken to people at Trento in Chile. That they reached out to him on Twitter. I mean, that's pretty common knowledge that people have done that. But again, I'm not a mining guy. I'm not a deal guy. So these things happen when they happen. If you ever work for a public company, there's layers of lawyers, filings that's got to be done. If it's not done perfect, it turns into a shit show. So, but as far as what they do.
We don't know, Morty.
I don't know when they do it, but again, I'm not the one that's putting my company into a public company. So, the people at those companies have to, believe in what they're doing, and they take care of it. That's the way it goes.
It's okay. William, did you want to touch on that?
Well, if you can hear me, I don't know if am I.
Yeah, you're good to go. Go ahead.
All right. Well, look. With Trento, this has been going on a long time. It's still up on their website as a project in process. Of course, so is 1-800-LAWYER. My own opinion on 1-800-LAWYER doesn't matter. It's just my opinion. I don't think that's going through because we're past the deadline. But it's just one in a series of things that the company has tried to catch out the system that is ignoring settlement by forcing a reconciliation of counterfeit shares to fit into the few musical chairs that are left of real shares. And if the SEC is not going to do it, GTII is trying to. In the case of Trento Mine, I have spoken to several people, one that Ham put me on with, and it sounds like the deal is going to go through. But this is a big deal. There's many different parties. There are still some negotiations to be done. Ironically, I think if 1-800 Law Firm is not done, that gives a lot of shares available to make this acquisition. And the bottom line about Trento Mine is one day you may see an announcement that the company suddenly owns a mine that has rare earth minerals, possibly precious metals, has a mine in Mexico with lithium, and the value per share of a mine that's going to be in production in a year or less might be $10, $15, $20, $30 a share, depending on the negotiated price. It could be higher. All of a sudden, Kurt Kramer, John Hurry, and whoever else is trying to do it will not be able to seller box GTII. And then how stupid a trade it is. It's already a stupid trade to short it at 90 cents. It's an idiotic trade. But it's going to become even more so when the per share value is $10 overnight.
William, you touched on something that I haven't touched on in a while. You know, I work with the biggest players on the street. There's no one in creation that would waste their time shorting a stock at 99 cents and tie up money and margin money in a position. It could stay at this level for 5 years. It's a waste that you can go out there and short NVIDIA and make $10 in a day, in an hour when it drops. These guys are playing in a game that is it's all risk and no reward. Okay? If you're short GTII, I don't care if it could take 5 years to go to 50 cents. It could take 10 years, I don't know. Why would anybody get stuck doing that? I put on Twitter BRAG, which is a Lynn Partners $10 million toxic debt. The stock is 3.25. Now, I call out, hey, naked short sellers, here's a $3.25 stock that is going to go to pennies because Lynn Partners needs to get their money back. The only way they get their $10 million that they lent the company is to sell shares. So not one person ever attacks the stock, and I call them out on it all the time. And what it shows you is that naked shorts stay in their own sandbox. They don't drift around. Like the Kramers and GTII, they should be over at killing BRAG. All right, that's $3. That's a trade that's worthwhile, selling it at $3. But no one ever does it. If they stay in their own zone. They don't go in other people's stocks. The only reason they play some of these names is because of the debenture that's tied to the company that they control. If you can't control the game and can't control the debenture or the right to convert shares, they don't play. No one does it. That just shows you that BRAG, to me, is 100%. If I could make it short, I'd be blasting the shit out of it at 3.25. But no one does it. I'm not allowed to make it short. So no one does it. And I look at it saying, the company knows these guys are bad. The shareholders know they're bad. How come no one else is attacking it? Well, that's how they do it. CELU, I'll give you another example. I met with the company. They did a deal with Yorkville. That's what I was told. It was Yorkville. I told the guy, don't do it, and he did it. So now Yorkville gave him $6 million, and they control 18 or 19 million shares of stock. Who would buy that stock? And I saw it today, it was up. So the company probably put out another great press release of good news. But these guys are selling the 9 million shares they got at 60 cents. They break even or make a few bucks on it. And then they start shorting against the warrants they have. So you got to dig through 18 million shares of stock just to get going. So again, you have to understand what you're doing, but it shows you that these guys all play in their own stocks. They don't drift around. That's the most important thing. Like, I don't know who the short seller was in MMTLP. I don't know the reason they're here. I can only assume that they're here because of Torchlight back in the day. They got caught short Torchlight, and when they wanted to try to escape, they created the equity and they tried to get their ass out of it. But it got shut down on them, and now they have a real problem. So whether it's someone at Virtue or someone at Citadel, I don't know who it is. But when you do get the blue sheets, I would love to know one thing: who the hell are they? Who is the seller? That's the most important thing. How big is the number, and who did it? And then your third question to be: are they in jail yet? Because it's all illegal. And that's what I think is coming up.
Let's go with Yossi. Let's go. You have the mic. You have to unmute yourself, Yossi. Yossi. Let's go with John.
It's weird. I can't hear what the question is. Oh, he's not talking. Now he is, but I can't hear it. I can only hear when Busy and Ham talk. That's so exciting that Djokovic won. So exciting. He digs himself such big holes. And hey, there's Steven Rosenberg. Hey, Steven. That I would agree with that. MMTLP has, if people are being honest with what they're seeing.
I understand what you're saying, and basically, William asked me the same question, that the DCC is just going to try to wash this and hide it, right? We have other tricks that we can do. Once Alpine is shut down, okay, we have some other tricks up our sleeve. We have a friend that has a BD, and we can transfer big positions that we have and move them out of Fidelity and Ameritrade, big positions, and force them to deliver shares. You understand? We have other techniques to do this. All right? So we're not letting them get away. And if you think they can get away with this, I'll go with you any day. Let's go to the Cayman Islands, open up an LLC, and let's go, instead of selling GTII shares, let's go sell just 1,000 shares of NVIDIA a day. 1,000 shares of a $400 stock. We don't need to do millions of shares. We just keep selling 1,000. And if anyone says to us to deliver, we just shrug our shoulders and say we're out of business. Good luck. All right, so the system is all guaranteed. So everyone on this phone that thinks that they're going to hide it, bury it, that's not how it works. This isn't the first rodeo of people walking away on trades. All right? Just look at the guy from Credit Suisse who brought down the Bora and Credit Suisse. He was on the long side and he buried them for $15 billion. Okay? These things do not go away. They have to take the loss. They have to close out the position. They just can't live in this system.
Go ahead, John.
It's weird. You can't hear their question, but you can hear him. Anyway, I'd rather hear him anyway. All right, AC. I'm glad Djokovic won. And as soon as Ham hangs up, we'll call it a night. It's 5:30 now. But Ham is driving, so he can probably go on forever. I didn't do.
Well, I'm glad that everyone has finally picked up on this, because before MMTLP, I was reporting on these guys communicating. They have to communicate through those codes. They've been doing it for a long time. I've been reporting on that. And I'm glad that everybody starts to understand it. They're pretty obvious. But listen, the people that are doing this, so you understand, they're not stock market people. They're crooks. If you just go on GTII and look at Charlie Mayo, that guy is a buffoon, okay? And he's sitting here making calls on behalf of the Kramers, trying to loan out money, and they can destroy stock. They don't even know where the New York Stock Exchange is, okay? These are not professionals. These are thieves. They only know one thing, and that is a sell button. And it's hard for the investors to sit here and watch these guys who don't need any approvals, nothing. They just need to hit a sell button. But if you look at it, a lot of market makers in GTII have disappeared, have dropped off. We're down to just in the stock are just these black boxes or trading platforms like a Virtue or Virtue or a Citadel or a CSTI. We had those other names in here before, Boomer and this one and that one. They all know, when you see those guys moving away, the market makers, the real low-life thugs, when you see them disappearing, they know the heat is on. And they moved away. VERT sold 30 to 40 million shares of GTII every day, relentless every day, for months. He's now disappeared. He's in the background. Because he knows the heat is on. These guys are so stupid, they think that the past is going to go away. The old tickets do not go away. That's one thing about Wall Street. The past doesn't go away. So we have written down on the days that VERT, who is a market maker, he's obviously knocking it down to 60 cents before we went back and attacked them to the back up. I mean, so the market makers, those are the people that answer the phone. They are moved away because maybe their compliance department told them, hey, stay away from this stock. But the black boxes, there's no one running those black boxes. And if, for example, Webbush out of California, I put it up on Twitter, was sanctioned for giving people black box, giving them leeways. It's called direct market access, where you could be a hedge fund in Switzerland using Webbush's platform to make it short. Webbush is supposed to monitor it and look for trades that are suspicious, and they keep getting fined for that because they look the other way. And you say, why would they look the other way? Because obviously the guys are stealing, paying them a lot of money, so they pay a $2 million fine and they make $5 and they walk away with $3 million. So they're running interference for the crooks, and it's called direct market access. I put it up there. If you look at Webbush Securities, they've been sanctioned for it many times.
Let's go. So, Ham, I have Hollywood Henry here. Hollywood, if you could take a mic, please. I'm going to send you a mic because he's a creator of fairmarketsnow.org. He's also putting the packages together to send to Congress in the Senate, I believe. Hollywood, if you could please take a mic and just, I want to introduce you to Ham, and also if you could give us an update in regards of how's your packages and your mailing going. Please take a mic if you can. While we wait for Hollywood Henry to take a mic, Yoshi, are you there? Are you back? Yoshi? Nope, he's not back. So I'm going to drop Yoshi down. And anybody else that wants to take a mic and ask Ham a question while we try to see if we could get Hollywood Henry a mic, please come up here and ask away before Ham has to leave. Sending an invite to Hollywood.
It's Hollywood Harry, you said?
Henry. Hollywood Henry.
Okay.
Hollywood, set your mic. All right, so if anybody else has anything for him, please take a mic while we wait for Hollywood.
Yeah, I'm doing 80, so let's go.
Be careful. Nope.
All right, listen, if no one has any questions, listen, have a great night, and we'll touch base tomorrow, and we'll battle again.
Hold on a second. Go ahead, Yossi.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Go ahead, Yossi. You have to unmute yourself, Yossi.
There's something wrong with this space call, but...
Yossi, you have to unmute yourself.
All right, thank you, Jay.
Well, let's go. Dwayne, you go ahead.
Dwayne wants to talk. I don't know.
He won't have the ability to speak. He has to get on a cell phone in order to do that. So.
Yeah, Howard's been here plenty of times, so I'm pretty sure he knows. Maybe he's busy at work, but let's just give him a check. There you go. He's at work. All right, so he gave me the 100, so I just wanted him to come up here and give us an update, but it seems like he's at work and he can't speak, so we'll let him be. Anybody else have a question for him? Go ahead, Yossi. Did you unmute yourself already?
Yeah, I hear you right now. Do you hear me?
Yep, we could hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, I got on board 6 months ago, And yesterday we tried to. They said they have only 2,000 available, so we got a 2,000, and then he said we have another 2,000 available. We got them as well, and then he said we have 6,000 available right now. So I'm trying to understand what's going on.
They're probably, if you're going to Charles Schwab, you said?
Yes.
They're probably farming the order out to a market maker or somebody, and they're showing your order to someone to short it. Do you understand?
I understand.
So but listen, I don't really care. Listen, you don't really care who's on the other side of the trade. We're looking for. We know there's no sellers in the stock. You can see there's no sellers. Today, if you just watch the stock, the market's down. So the only sellers here are the beasts and scoundrels, right?
Right.
You can see it's pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do is, if I worked on a trading desk and you had 10,000 to buy, I can find someone who can sell me 10,000. And as a broker, I would get double commission. I would get commission off your 10,000 buy, and I would get commission on the 10,000 seller. You understand? So I can make double commission. That's how Wall Street really works. So I really don't care who I buy the stock from. Okay, I don't care. But settlement is the most important thing. And right now we have no settlement system, and that's how these guys are living. By putting the pressure on them in D.C. and the corporate action, we're exposing the settlement system. That's the game plan. The settlement system doesn't work. So again, I don't care who I buy my stock from or who I sell it to. So settlement has to work, and there is no settlement, and that's what we are attacking.
Mm-hmm. Right, thank you.
Let's go to Gerald. You have the mic.
Hey, what's going on, Ham? Appreciate all you do, you and William. Busy brains, greatly appreciated. My question is, if FINRA expels Alpine and DTCC starts buying these shares in, do they buy it in tranches, or is it just a continuous buy?
It'll be a tsunami. Well, everybody on this call, just call any of your friends who are a broker or anyone who works in the industry. The number one rule on Wall Street is you never trade an error. This would be considered a big error. And what that means is, I worked on a trading desk, and I watched it. I didn't know about it. The guy did a bond trade, a big bond trade, and it went against him immediately. So he was embarrassed to show the trade, and he was hiding the ticket, the buy ticket. It went against him the next day, the next day, the next day. It went from a $5 million loss to a $300 million loss. And he was arrested, okay, for hiding the trade. Okay? So he had the opportunity to profit only with $5 million, and he was embarrassed by the trade.
Oh, I'm so happy to see him.
Give me a second.
Got arrested for it.
Give me a second. Hey, William, can you mute yourself? You have an open mic, William. Thank you. Go ahead. Continue, Ham.
So we call that trading an error. And when you have a mistake, okay, I worked on a desk. I remember buying 800,000 shares of digital equipment. For those of you guys, it's an old technology stock. It was one of the high flyers. I got an order. I took it up $8. I bought 800,000 shares, and they came back and said, no, we're supposed to sell it. So it was actually someone trying to scam the brokerage firm, and we had to turn around and sell it immediately the next day, and I sold it down $13. I took it up 8, sold it down 13. The firm lost a couple of $1 million on that trade. Again, the broker and the money manager who were colluding, trying to defraud the firm, got arrested. So those are examples of an error. You turn around and you close it out immediately, because they can turn in from digital equipment went from $180 I think it went down to 20. So imagine being long 800,000 shares down 150 points. I mean, so that's what we mean. Never trade an error. It's closed out immediately. The DPC, when they got to start buying somebody in, the instructions go, and the instructions are said, buy it until we're done. That's how it's done. And we can all say, well, who the hell's going to sell it to them if it's that big? Well, when the stock jumps up from 1 to 10, you're going to get 500 hedge funds around the world going to say the same thing. What's this piece of shit doing at 10? Let's sell a couple of 100,000 each. Maybe you'll get 10 million shares sold at $10 from all these short sellers. And then the next day when it jumps up to 20, now you got the guy trying to buy it, you know, the prime broker, the DTC buying it. And also you got these 10 idiots that are short at $10 turning around to buy it. And that's how it turns into a GameStop. Okay, because it brings in new short sellers, and that's when it gets crazy.
Go ahead, Gerald.
All right. Thank you very much. I mean, I remember you always say make sure you have at least 100 shares and see what happens. So I buy 100 shares of different stocks just to see what happens. So I'm still waiting on that. But I started with 69 shares is all I had at GTII. And I've gone up well over 4,000. So I appreciate all the help and confidence you give me.
Listen, this is something that is going to be something that when we break them is going to be in the history books. That's how big. And the reason this is massive is for one reason. Not this short selling. These guys are committing security fraud that is so outrageous that they don't walk away. They just keep selling it, and they're just sitting here waiting for someone to knock on their door. And the regulators, when they figure out, how big this is, it's between how big it is and the education by the shareholders, that is the killer. The education by the shareholders, everybody knows what's going on. I reported on GameStop. I was the only idiot out there talking about the shorts and the naked shorts in the stock at 3 3/4. All right? No one talked about it. The people that were buying it, my friends, no one really understood it, how big it was. Okay? I didn't even know how big it was because I wasn't reporting. I didn't study it for 10 years. I studied it on a short-term basis because I was doing a report, and I knew it was massive. But I didn't know how high it was going to go. I had no idea. In GTII, we have the same knowledge of the short now. We have proof of the short. We know how big it is. And by twisting their rules, by giving out dividends, we know it's gotten bigger. Okay, so we know that the fraud has created this massive short position. No one's covering it because of fraudulent activity. And the fraudulent activity is going to turn this into a case study because the SEC allowed it to continue without shutting it down. That's the difference between GameStop and GTII. Or, again, MMTL got the rug pulled out from underneath them. Or else you would have the same type of incident. But again, the education in GTII by the masses is what's driven this whole thing, is the education. It's not the short position, it's the education. There's short positions in BBIG, GNS, you name it, pick a crate, MULN, they all got huge short positions. But the people are not educated enough.
All right. I just want to say you great respect. You guys have taught me a lot, you and William and Busy Brands, and the knowledge I've gained gives me a little bit more confidence in moving forward. But thank you very much for all you do.
The confidence is, again, me, William, or anybody else, we need the regulators to cooperate. Embarrassing them as we are, it's just remarkable that they're standing here. So we went to their board, we went to the Senate, the reps, everyone. We hit 400 people already. We're handing out the brochure with the naked guy on it. It's all over DC. It's in everyone's office. I have another 300 coming down to give to Anna. She can stuff it whatever she wants, but it's like, I don't know how they're still standing. It's everywhere. again, all we need is one to five individuals to step up and start asking questions, and it's over. We need one powerful person. You know, we were in Bernie Sanders' office today, Elizabeth Warren's office. We were in Chuck Schumer's office. You know, I'm not a Democrat, but you know what? I don't give a damn who forces it. Just force the settlement. You know, whoever does it first, I'm on your team. I could care less. This is about American investors, everyone on their phone, their kids, their grandparents, their parents. I'm here to help you save it and educate yourself. I can't save the world, but you know what? Everyone on this call needs to tell one person, hey, you don't need to buy a stock. Just be careful what you're doing because you're going to get ripped off.
Thank you, thank you, Gerald. Let's go to Abbott. Abbott, you have the mic.
Yeah, the one interesting thing I was remembering was when we were on call with Patrick Byrne, and he talked about how difficult it is, and it seems like every time, you know, you get to that winning spot, they just change the rules or they just don't allow it to happen for some reason, which is a little concerning, but at the same time, I'm always going to take the optimistic route. And talking about the optimistic route, I think it's interesting if what happens in terms of certain political parties, and if Patrick is able to, you know, have a say come, you know, next election, and you know, that's something to look forward to possibly with Trump. And I know he made comments as well that he would have, you know, a major influence on trying to overhaul the equity markets. So it's something I'm looking forward to, but definitely things I keep in the back of my head, knowing, you know, what he went through and lawsuits and, you know, short sellers trying to take him to court 2-3 times just because he wanted to fight back, and shutting down T0. It really is a shitty, you know, situation that the whole entire system is designed to protect the short sellers. And one thing I always say that we really should be fighting for, which is something very simple but true, is why do I have to file if I own 4.99% of a company or 9.99% of a company, but a short seller doesn't? And it doesn't make any sense, because real short sellers wouldn't mind doing that. And we see it all the time, even like, you know, AMC or GameStop or the Stevie Cohens, you know, true shorts, real ones that wanted to go up. I don't think would have any problem doing that. So that's one thing that I'm going to start pushing for, is to have the same filing requirements as someone going long as someone short. They shouldn't be able to hide behind the shadows, and, you know, knowing them is half the game. So I just wanted to make that comment there.
One thing on that, Abbott, is that these guys have, as you saw, the Kramers and Alpine, they just keep opening up the LLCs and spread it out. That's what they do. That's what they create. Listen, the people that take it short know how to navigate the stock settlement system. Their lawyers are in touch with the SEC. They know when someone's coming knocking. They get a heads up on this stuff. You know, like the Kramers use Gibson Dunn. Gibson Dunn is very tight with the people in D.C. Their office is right around the corner. I think it was in Finman's building. I'm not even sure. I think William knows.
Very, very well connected with them, yes.
They're all well connected, again, you know. But again, what we're exposing is way bigger than anything else out here. And the army of companies that have seen the destruction, like the MULN people, they've gotten ripped to death. And, you know, I keep trying to tell people, you know, we all want to see companies do mergers and great things, but you know, I own a lot of FNGR, and yesterday came out with their earnings. They're up 50% from last year, went from 15 million to 35 million. They just got listed on the NASDAQ. The stock has got naked shorted down by Lynn Partners from 9 down to 60 cents. The company's growing like a weed. It's got $15 million in cash, and they can't get out of their own way. These guys keep leaning on it. The naked short number, my friends, we bought we bought 1.2 million in the last 6 weeks, and the stock keeps going down, and the naked short number keeps going up. It's just remarkable. And here's a company that I believe in. I don't expect anyone else to believe in it. I did my due diligence on it. I'm sitting here saying, I can't believe I have a stock that I believe is everything that I want to see in a public company, and it never goes up. And I put away $1.2 million in a month and 6 weeks. Not. A guy fixed the window in my house. Him and his partner bought 20,000 shares. They were asking me what I was doing. I'm just saying that that's how much I believe in it. I look at the videos. I watch the CEO. I met it, and I'm not asking anybody to buy it. I'm just telling you that I did my due diligence on it. And no matter what happens, it goes nowhere. The stock to be $20, I believe. It's $1.70, whatever, $1.50. They keep holding it down. No matter what the company does. Why not? That's what I keep trying to tell everybody. MULN, they actually built a car that's an electric car. The stock is probably worth 3 cents now. 3 cents after reverse. Look at the insurance company, Root, R-O-O-T. That company went from $30 to 1. They reversed it to 25, and it's now $4. And that was the biggest IPO in the state of Ohio's history. And I told J.D. Vance's people today about the exact thing about Ohio. How it's killing the company. They lose jobs. Investors from Ohio lose because they know the company. Like Elite in Rochester, New York, with Kodak. Kodak was a Dow component. The symbol used to be Eddie King, and now it's a $5 stock, and it's thrown into the trash with the rest of us. As a who cares anymore about Kodak? But Rochester, New York was known as Eastern Kodak. How about that stock getting forced to cover? The company raising money like GameStop and starting over, building a big company, hiring people. What's the problem with that? I don't own the stock. I would love to see it happen. No one else seems to care. So I just keep going at people, and I keep throwing it in their face.
Let's go with Chad. You have the mic. Go ahead, Chad.
Sorry, guys, I'm driving. Got a question for him. I know he's been successful in Wall Street and made a lot of money. He probably still makes a lot of help us and to fight this so much. Is there something that set him off? And maybe you guys have talked about it before, but I'm just curious of why he's wanting to fight with us so hard.
Why am I fighting so hard?
Yeah, personally, what's your mission? Why are you fighting so hard when you made so much money on Wall Street and this and that? I'm just curious.
Well, I've got my ass creamed too. It's not like I didn't lose to these criminals. All right, I lost too. I can stop if you like. I can quit. I have no problem doing that. No, I've been doing this 20 years. It cost me this.
Sorry, I'm not asking you to quit or anything. I'm just curious, like, if there was something that spurred you to, just say, I'm done.
Or you can speak with anyone that has met me. I'm not looking for any fame. I'm completely the opposite way. I just want to see it happen and disappear into the woodwork, and hopefully everybody gets to save your asses, and you don't get ripped off going down the road like I did. I've had friends who've had heart attacks, divorces. I had a friend that blew his brains out in Central Park. He lost $2.5 million. Okay, this is not an easy thing. My good friend passed away a couple of months ago, and he lost all his money, and now he has I know his wife and his son, they need money. Why wouldn't I want to fight for everybody? These are people from 20 years ago. I don't even know anybody here, and I'm fighting because, you know what? Because my past, I can't stand to see all my friends who lost and suffered. I have a photo up there of a guy in Wall Street Court counterfeiting. I put it up there many times. That's my friend Chris, who was a federal agent. He came down and protested with us. He died of brain cancer. How about if Northwest Bio or CBM, who works on brain cancer or all types of form of head and neck cancer, could have saved his life? My mom died of breast cancer. How about IMMU could have saved the life, but Adam Thornstein decided to kill the stock because he's a scumbag. That's why I'm fighting. Okay? Whereas if one of my kids gets cancer, God forbid, if someone in your family gets it, you want to be able to have it cure. That's why I'm fighting.
Well, I want to say thank you for that. Thank you for fighting for us. Absolutely. I was just curious if you had something in your life that just spurred it, that said, this is the moment that I fight back, and that's just. Well, that's just the question I
had 35 million shares in GTII. So if you say, do I have a monetary interest in this thing? What do you think I just told you?
Yeah, I wasn't asked about money. It seems like your passion is beyond money, and the cancer thing seemed like it did answer that.
I'll tell you this straight from the gate. I personally, listen, I'm like everyone else, I have a family, but I really, and William could attest to this, or anybody else tell me, I've given up. Money doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Health is the most important thing. I know most of you guys are younger, okay? When you get older, how big a steak do I want to eat? That's why I laugh at these people. You know, the Kramers or Alpine, they have all the money, they've stolen it all. Look at Elizabeth Holmes, her sister, I think it is, that's going to jail for 11 years. 11 years of their life, these guys are still trying to steal. You stole the money, disappear, and walk away from it. But the reason they're not doing it is because they're tied to it. They can't get away. I told you the paper trail always leads to the money. When this does get unwound, whenever they do, when the feds do come and they peel back the onion, these guys have made mistakes. Phone records, there's some mistake somewhere that's going to lead back to the whole network. Someone in their network is going to talk. Because there's no reason, if you stole 10, 50, $100 million, $200 million, what are you going to get? A bigger boat? What do you think? You Warren Buffett? Get over it. The money doesn't mean anything. I keep trying to tell people, it's not going to make you happy. Health is the only thing that's going to make you happy in this life. All right? And I'm older, and I'm telling you that right now. Everyone does the same shit. You go home, eat dinner, watch TV, and you get up and do it again. If you're not healthy, then the whole thing's a waste of time. So if you're not feeling well from this whole situation, please don't get twisted up in it worse. All right? I know it's hard. You know, I know you got your money at the table. Everyone will on a roulette wheel. That's how I feel. You know, there's no more bets. You can get in, you can get out. That's what the crap game. But you can't get sick over it. All right? Your health is more important than anything else. Take care of your families. Don't get caught up in this nonsense. I got 23 years of stripes on my back of fighting this thing. It doesn't bother me one iota. Okay? I don't like it when the stock ticks down, but I know that it's going to turn. That's how I believe in it. Okay? I know everything about the stock. I know everything about the short position. I know everything about the crook. I know everything about the information we're seeing from Alpine and the court document. I mean, it's all right here. West is suing them for spoofing. I report the spoofing every day. I can see it myself. I mean, it's very easy to see, but again, making money is great, but you got to learn how to protect whatever you have. This is a game. If we destroy him here, there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to join the bandwagon and do whatever you want down the road. You understand what I said? I hope everyone does.
Yes, thank you, Chad. Let's go to Dwayne, and then Oya, and that'll be the last question. Go ahead, Dwayne. You have the mic.
Yeah, there was a gentleman on earlier said that he was having problems buying GTII shares from Charles Schwab. Said he wanted to buy 10,000. What happened there is they told him that they had two because Charles Schwab charges $50 for an OTC trade. So they charged him $50 for 2,000, $50 for 2,000 again, and another $50 for the next 6,000 that he bought. When he could have just said to hell with the trade desk and just put his order dead on the ask, you know, right as a limit order, you know, one single order and been done with it. I bought 23,333 shares at 10.55 this morning. You can see the spike, 24,000 shares. It was at 10.55 this morning. If you want the shares, just drop your bid right on the ask and be done with it. So, yeah, so Charles Schwab stole $150 from the guy.
So if you're going to get Charles Schwab doing, you know, listen, Fidelity, I know a lot of people do Fidelity, and it's all free. So, again, you know, it doesn't make a difference if you bid it or take the offer side. You know, my language is different than most people. You keep saying at the ask. I always call it the offer side. We call it a bid and offer. We hit the bids, and we take an offer. You know, everybody else says, or I think Kramer taught everybody, you hit the ask. It's really take the offer. That's the way we talk. That's the language I learned. It's backwards. But thank you for clarifying. Anyone who does business at Schwab, don't let them, you know, ask them before you buy it. What they're charging you, let them at least get that out in the open. There's no way you be paying $200 for a trade.
Let's go with Oye. Go ahead, you have the mic.
Thanks, Sam. You used the term tsunami with reference to the way the DTCC would handle any sort of settlement. I'd like to ask, would you use the same word for the rationale that the courts or the market is using to temper any of these squeezes? Because there would be a tsunami from one short squeeze to another?
No question. There's no question that a tsunami. There's no question that a tsunami would run these guys over. There's no question. But again, they smother these other names. They're attacking them so fast, whether it's BBIG or MULN. I believe the attacks that we're seeing, there's something behind here. Meaning, I think someone rang the 2-minute warning and saying, okay, guys, you better start trying to cover some of these positions. So I think that they're trying to, because it's the same pattern in many different stocks. I can't believe that the attacks have been so brutal. And across the board, I watch about 50 and 60 of these things. And if I put them over, I chart over them, they all have the same pattern. It's down, 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 down every day. And they're just trying to get investors to bail out. GTII has such an educated shareholder base. They're actually, between retail and my hedge fund friend, a hedge fund guy told me this morning, he was up there bidding, taking sides this morning, and they're plugging him, and he just keeps standing there as a hedge fund. He just keeps bidding for it. He keeps taking it. So they do. You guys remember this? Big players are here to make money for themselves. I had guys buy, 5 million shares one time, and people go, "Can you make the guy pay higher?" I said, he's here to get the best price for himself, so that when the stock goes, he makes the most money, not to help you out. Okay, so I've always told you, accumulation when you buy these stocks is the best way to do it.
That's right, Alan.
Going to charge you $50.
That's what we'll do.
Know that. But again, that's the way a hedge fund wants to buy 5 million shares. They want to get their average price as best they can to $1.05, $1.02. You can't always get your whole average price below the bid, below the offer. But obviously, you got to pay the offer to buy stock. All right, so these guys just keep working it. They accumulate, and this is how professionals do it. That's just how it works.
Thank you, Oye. Thank you, Ham, for attending. We'll let you be. Again, we always...
Thank you. I got another 50 minutes. All right, guys, listen, have a great night. I'm going to run. Thank you.
Thank you, Ham. Drive safe. Go ahead, Abby.
I was waving bye to him digitally.
Hey, Busy, I just want to say, it's too bad Ham hung up, but I just want to answer that question from my perspective, knowing him for quite a while and watching him. I just think he's trying to do the right thing. He has knowledge. He sees a wrong being happened against largely innocent people, and he's trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, and I think Chad, he meant to say what motivates him, to drive 4 hours to D.C., pretty much back-to-back weeks. And, I think that it was a great answer to Chad's question. So, Chad wasn't meaning it in a bad way. He was just like, what motivates you? And,
yeah, I agree. I didn't think Chad meant it in a bad way at all. But I've watched him, and even when he's down or when it's tough, he always takes the call. He always joins the fight. He always supports anyone who's fighting. And to me, it's because something inside of him is good. He would, I've said this to him and he would deny it, but he's good and he's fighting, and he's fighting the good fight. And I, in my own judgment, like many of you, it makes him a hero, but I feel that way about dozens of you as well. So
thank you, William. So we'll keep it going here for a little bit. If Avid, you have anything for us, If anyone wants to take a mic, please do so. I just really thank Cam for taking the time, and William, and showing your presence in Washington. I know that Anna's going to be attending Washington here pretty soon, and it's just it's greatly appreciated, not only for the GTI community but the MMTLP that these in Hollywood Henry what he's doing with the packages. Just like you said, everybody's a damn hero in this fight. It's just we got so many great minds that just united here in MMTLP, and it has branched out to other communities. And I just wish other communities would actually join forces, and maybe we could have other tickers not only joining forces with GTI, MMTLP, and joining some of the members from this community and from other communities in Washington. That way they could understand that this is not only a MMTLP issue, it's a market-wide issue. And I always say that. So thank you, William, for what you did today, and showing hospitality to anybody that shows up in Washington. I greatly appreciate it, and the MMTLP community greatly appreciates it, William.
Well, I thank you, Busy, and I thank everybody here. I had dinner with Lou, Father Guido Sarducci, as I call him, last night, and it's rewarding to me as well to see America in action. And I agree with him to come. I didn't know until Anna showed me how to do it, that you could just walk in to Congress and to the Senate and meet people. What a great, that's the one bit of democracy that's left. And, what I get back from it is hope, basically. And maybe that's silly, but it gives me confidence for the future. And I appreciate everybody's hard work. You don't need to thank me. I am trying to help. I am here to help people, but you don't need to thank me. I thank all of you.
Go ahead, Anna, if you wanted to chime in. Also, I see that Sean is in here, and Sean is the head of the Retail United. So I want him, to say a few words. I believe that's really important, and I'll see if that's him again. Go ahead, Anna.
Ham calling back. Hey, Stephen. Okay, Stephen, I like that. I don't know why I can't hear this person, so I'll talk through it. I would love to, Senator Kennedy, to just take the bull by the horn, because he gets the cameras. To me, it's Kennedy, AOC, I guess McCarthy, I don't know. They get the cameras. There might be a couple more, but not many of them get the cameras. Yes, I was in the wrong business. Yeah, exactly. I can't. I'm just checking my mic because I can't hear anything. But Ham says that all the time. Let's just go down. I have friends that say, after all this work, I should have been shorting the stock. Even the criminals on these Twitter, Stephen.
Thanks, Anna. Hollywood, if you're still there,
I didn't hear
I'd
on
love
it.
to hear from you. So I'll send you a mic again. I know that you're probably working, but if you could give us an update of what's going on with the packages.
I would vote for AOC for president.
Really Go ahead, Sean.
If she were naked.
I'm with the boys and stuff, so I can't touch long.
I can't make a joke. But I agree with you.
United,
Two things I want.
You've heard me speak on it before, but we've really
honest elections
and grow.
And honest markets.
Some of the suggestions from community members, some of the pre-launch
and
advocates.
freedom to speak. I want the 10 amendments.
Really
the
take hold
Bill of
we're
Rights.
trying to get everything registered and solidified for the corporate entity end of it and for the non-for-profit part of it. But we really want to do just what you're talking about.
Thank you, Alan.
Come together and stop the infighting between different communities and realize who our targeted enemy is.
Well,
right?
Stephen, you're banned from voting. You should have moved to Virginia or Florida, where they just opened it all up to get Biden elected.
My two children right now that just came
Elected.
inside, and they're sitting on the couch, right? I don't want to leave them with a world that I knew was going the wrong way. I can't fathom 30 years from now looking at my 8-year-old and my 3-year-old now then and saying, yeah, but I realized how bad things were getting, but I roll it now because the Social Security is
She knows how to get the cameras. She's as talented as Trump at getting media attention.
The corruption that's happened since 2008. In 2008, when it came around and everything happened, I was a senior in high school, but I watched what happened to the economy that I was supposed to be heading into for work, right? And they said they were making changes. They said they were going to fix the system then. And unfortunately, what we've learned over the last 10, 12
Thank
years
you, Abdu.
is that they didn't do anything. That they made more loopholes. That they allowed for the ability for different things to happen. And instead of getting caught, they just, they'll offshore their failure to deliver. They'll mark longs that were actually shorts, or, they'll just run companies into the ground. So if we can all stand together and, there's, you can see if you follow anybody in the ANC community, we today had a space, and there's a lot of division and divisiveness between just AMC and GME investors still 4 years later. Right? So if we can come together and do what we do here on a daily basis, right? Like, look, we have Busy, we have William, we have Avid. You guys are all sitting up here co-hosting and hosting. You're all invested in different tickers. You all come from different backgrounds, but you're up here working together. And the biggest, outside of MMTLP, the biggest thing that I can think of is when the BBIG community sent Chad and their community lawyer to court in Vegas. When they went down there with
AOC.
they had their own.
Bottom line, AOC got where she is because she's semi-good looking.
In court with all these other communities. Why didn't they have the ability to show up with 8 different retail investors who are all lawyers who understand the situation, just like we have here day in, day out? And all 8 of them could be sitting there pro bono representing the retail community. Not for any extra charge, not for any extra stuff.
I wonder why I can hear Sean, but I couldn't hear Anna.
That's my 2 cents. I agree that's something that we need, and I hope that anybody that's willing or wanting to continue that fight will join us and, continue to push the narrative of Retail United.
Good night,
I'm
Catherine.
not stopping. I've decided to take this up full head. We have a good core group of founders. We have a good group of people who are ready and willing, that are working as advocates with us already to get this launch going. So just continue to spread that word if you're supportive of us or ask questions of the
She stopped naked shorting by going naked.
It's needed, and if we can continue to grow, we can help support not only monetarily with using the funds from the membership part of it, but we can get bigger names. Syntax has been using the title as a co-founder to get her in the door. I know Leanne today, when she was making phone calls throughout her day, speaking on the fact that she was a Retail United advocate rather than just an MMTLP shareholder, it got her into more phone calls, or more people were receptive because it wasn't just, she's from a collective. So that's all. But thank you, Busy, for calling me out on that.
Yeah, no problem.
I can't hear him.
William, did you have anything else to
I just want to quickly say something.
No, I didn't plan on it.
After this?
Sorry, busy. I just wanted to say one quick thing. I noticed, and maybe it was because the senators' offices are, there's fewer of them, and when you go in, they're bigger. But what I noticed in several offices is there were computers with phones, people with their headphones on, taking calls from constituents, and I remember one person carefully recording what the constituent was saying. Is this what you mean? Is this how you want me to write down? My point being, each of us can call in to our senator. I can't because I don't have one. But each of you that have senators, call in. You can call your representatives, and it does matter. And just let your fingers do the walking when you think of it. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, William. And with that, I'm just going to go ahead and shut down the space. Hopefully, everybody that was asking for a GTI space got their dose of GTII. But we also had some great information in regards of MMTLP.
Good evening, Stephen.
Some of the community members are going to be attending Washington, D.C. in the next coming up couple of weeks, I believe it is. We don't want to telegraph it, but just I appreciate everything that everybody's doing.
Ring the bell.
From William and Ham to Anna to
rings. Opinions are like noses. Everyone has one.
Stepping up and doing space calls. It's almost like I tell everybody, it's almost like therapy, right? You need to hear what's going on in your ticker. You want to hear from Ham. You want to hear from William. You want to hear from Avid. And sometimes you want to hear from busy brands. I don't know why, but we just all need to stay united as a whole. As retail, and I think that's what motivates Ham also. Is seeing these young up and coming advocates, take his place and carry on the torch. So
that's nice.
I greatly appreciate everything that everybody's doing, and I just wish that many other tickers would join the fight, because they don't only need to hear about GTI or MMTLP. They need to be hearing about every single ticker that's happening, and then they're stealing money from every single retail investors. I mean, look at what's happening to Mullen, BBIG, GNS. It just it goes down the line, and we're just sick and tired of it. So I just want to say thank you to everybody that has put in the work and continues to put in the work. And if you're sitting down, just being a listener, hopefully this space call or space calls like this motivate you to actually move forward and take a step and DM somebody, DM an Anna, DM an Avid, a William, and say, hey, what can I do to help?
Show me how to answer them, and
this is how it started for me.
That would be a good strategy.
For Hollywood Henry, for Anna, for Savvy, we all started like this. We wanted to know what we could do to help. And it's just the simple things like just sending emails, putting packages together, holding a space call for your ticker, your specific ticker, and just rallying up the troops, right? It doesn't matter. Maybe you're an investor in GNS and you want to open up a space call and rally up the troops. I always tell Matt, why are you not doing spaces for GTII? Why does it only have to be busy brands doing spaces for GTII? You have to step up. This is your money. You got to fight. So that's what motivates me.
All right, Heidi.
Fight alongside, an Avid, a William, and Anna.
Or armpits. So they all stink. That's a good one.
Family, right? I want to get paid too. So that's what motivates me. It's for, like Sean said, looking at his family, his kids, and wanting to give them a better future. And I think us as retail investors, we deserve that. So that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Avid, finish it out. And I see that Sean is trying, Mike.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Sort of piggybacking on what you said. I've came from, a lot of those other communities. I've lived through, those incredible times of watching, GME and AMC and, being a heavy investor in there. So, I understand that it comes with a lot of egos and a lot of, people that want to be the leader and the general of the community, and it ends up actually doing a lot worse. Everyone has to really play a selfless role, because again, it is a group over the individual, and I think you see that in every community. I'm not just going to point fingers at one specific ticker, but I'm pretty sure if I just make that statement, majority of you will be able to just in your head just think of a few people as to how they act and conduct themselves. But it only
Forgive
takes one person to ruin
the
a group,
human.
and I always say that, you have to put yourself and your
Forgive
attention
the
and your,
human frailty
ego aside. It's very difficult to do
of
that,
people.
but it's incredible when you all come together and on the same page, and
Wow.
you have everyone that's educated. I've watched it happen,
Mark
even though maybe
Bazile
my expectations
Esquire
of a
has a
ticker
bond to
wasn't fully
report
played
tomorrow
out, but
at 7
I've watched
p.m.
AMC squeeze 1,000%. I watched GTI
Awesome.
go up nearly 10x. So. Actually, it went up almost 20x. So, there's a lot of successful plays I've been involved in, and that's the goal here. Everyone wants to make money. I get it, but I'm never gonna take the pessimistic route. I know it's very easy to just sit there and say nothing will happen, or you're wasting your time, and just sulk in that victimizing type mindset, and that's just not me. So I don't entertain it. I don't. That's not how I live my life. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna, be the change, or be the I guess I'm trying to say be the change I want to see. Something along
Brazil
those lines
show.
where
I'm just tired. I'm not down so much. I'm just tired.
You don't jam it down these individuals' throats that have a say and that actually, making
I got
change.
to bed at about 1 o'clock last
anywhere,
night.
So,
and I got up at, I woke up at
I know whenever it's busy, or William, or
5
Hannah,
maybe,
or Savvy, or
and then I
swing,
turned off the alarm,
good company, good
woke up
energy,
at
and,
6:30,
I don't have to worry
6:15,
about,
6:30.
the high school bullshit, or the drama behind the scenes of he said this and she said that. It's just, I don't have time for it. I'm a fucking grown-ass adult, all right? And half the time, it's, guys that are in their 50s or 60s or even older that cause all these problems and act like, middle school people. So just try to always think in the back of your head, like,
my grandmother always said,
to be useful and have a positive impact, on this entire situation. It's not going to be easy.
My grandmother always said, time wounds, all heals.
It was going to be easy. It's going to be a tough battle. But, in the end, when you see that year or 2 years build up into that, 1-2 moments, and it's an incredible feeling. Like I've said, I've been there for AMC, I've been there for GME, I've been there for Finger Motion and GTII, and trust me, like, you have to deal with the lowest of the lows and that shitty feeling where you feel like you're going to break mentally and physically, and you want to just fucking rip your hair out and scream. But then, sometimes you get to that light at the end of the tunnel, and everything works out. So if you don't share that same mindset,
I don't know when the news is coming about FINRA or Alpine. It hasn't come today that I know of.
People that want to see me succeed in the end of the day.
And I've been looking.
And just try to always think like that. That's my 2 cents, I'll say. But as always, to Busy and everyone else,
well, Chuck Donnell says it's not gonna go soon. Be prepared to wait.
Let's go to Sean, Brian, and then I'll have William close it out. Go ahead, Sean. You have the mic.
I jumped up originally just to put Frank Nez's article up there. He just posted an article that more companies are reporting illegal activity. But I'll jump back down with saying that if you heard Avid's statement, and just because I've been frequenting many different communities as I've been pulled different directions to talk about Retail United here, I've come to see that, what the person Avid's talking about is in every one of these communities. So if you're sitting here listening to this and you feel personally attacked by what Avid's saying, you may be part of the problem. So think about it and think about collectively working towards a better future for all of us and a better market. But take his words of what he said, because he mentioned no ticker and no person in specific. He wasn't calling anybody out, but he was calling a common cause of issues throughout many different communities, not only on Twitter, but in all forms of social networking. So just take that for what it is.
Sure, Sean. So don't go yet. If you could do me a favor, can you please post Mark Bazile's Twitter space that's going to be held tomorrow? I greatly appreciate it if you could find that and post it on the nest, because that's the very same topic that Bazile's going to touch on tomorrow. If you don't know Mark Bazile, he's a securities attorney, and he's dropping some news tomorrow. Mark and I, spoke on the phone last Thursday, and I'm aware of what he's going to be speaking about, but it's in relation of what Sean and Avid just spoke about.
I'm not sure that's a palindrome.
One of my questions was to Mark was that have you ever came in
a palindrome is
that actually
Madam,
was paid by
I'm Adam.
a hedge fund to come on either Twitter or on StarTwits to defame the company or to change the minds of retail investors? He says, yes, absolutely. I'm trying to take a house from one of them right now. So it's going to be very interesting of what Mark is going to be speaking about. And I encourage you, if you're a retail investor, to please join that space call tomorrow and have a listen, because we're just not being, conspiracy theorists here. Mark is actually going to be dropping some bombs, and I'm assuming that he's going to be dropping some usernames. I'm not sure if he is or not, but I had a long conversation with Mark, and it was an extremely interesting conversation in regards of manipulation that's going on in the stock market. So with that, let's go to Brian, and then we'll have William close it out. Brian.
Hey, William, just wanted to touch base with you. Hey, I'm back in the D.C., Maryland, Virginia area. I've got time, motivation, and energy on my time, on my hands. I want to do more. What can I do? Can we meet up, talk? I also have an extensive Rolodex of people who carry weight and can get to people who carry weight.
Awesome. I think Matt set up an email for me called luckyismyboss@gmail.com. If you send your contact details there, Matt will send them to me. And that's great. I would love it, Brian.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Brian.
Or just do it with Busy Brands. And there's Lou is here. I would give him a little bit. He walked the halls and led the charge today magnificently on behalf of all of you. So let him talk. He just got back to New York.
Good evening, everybody. What a phenomenal trip.
Give me a second, Lou. Hold on. Brian, I'm sorry, I was muted. I was trying to speak. But Brian, if you could DM me or you could DM Lou or Sean, we could direct you in the right path in regards to getting a hold of William, because he never reads his DMs. But he just gave you an email address, which, do you check that often, William?
Yes, yes. Thank you for the help.
I just want to make sure. All right, so if you're good to go, Brian, let's go with Lou, and then we're going to go to Grand 1000. So, Lou, thank you for attending the space call. I know that you were with William and Ham in D.C. Tell us about it.
Phenomenal experience, and I must say we got a lot done. I truly feel. I must applaud, obviously, Ham as well as William. Ham is an animal. I mean that when I say this guy's a madman. Like when I say it in a positive light. I mean, in other words, they're so driven. He was covering a lot of ground. Myself and William were going more surgically and precise. We were targeting the Finance Committee members of the Senate. Not to name some names, but only those that were really there was a mixed bag. We did throw in a mixed bag of them, but we wanted to be as effective as possible, and we did it very surgically. We targeted those that were in the Finance Committee, and those are the ones that this is relevant to, as opposed to not saying and discrediting any other Senate representative of any of the states. But it was directly. These are candidates, for those of you who don't know, that directly work on this issue, which is basically free and fair markets. And the message was very, very clear. It was we brought it to them. So I want to thank finding out who was really the most efficient one to go to in regards to who we were going to pitch this to. So thank you, William, for that. First and foremost, folks, I want to say this. Talk about character.
what you see is what you get. William is a gentleman. He's a wonderful man, and so is Ham. They're both a lot about people when you actually meet them in person. And I have to say, we're now friends for life. There's no question. I like to just share that first and foremost. I want to say this, though, to my GTII family and even the MMTLP camp, since I'm not even involved in that, but this is a bigger picture than
I don't have
just
Pacer,
and
it's expensive.
We're all on the same team. That was the message I brought to all of these senators. This is a bipartisan issue. Some staff members were like, "Well, are you a constituent of the state?" Meaning of
Ain't no
Oregon,
pothead high enough either.
The senator was the senator of who they were representing. Where we says, look, it doesn't really matter whether or not we
It's just
are
a joke.
a
Don't get
constituent
offended.
of that state. We're American.
Not a very good joke, I know.
An issue that's happening. This is a crime that's happening across all 50 states, and this needs to be directed. And we're asking for the help from the senator, whoever
Pacer
it was
would
at that
be
time, to help us
Pacer would be the way
to bring this to the floor,
get the
to
full
put some pressure on Gary Gensler, and really stick it to the SEC and their involvement in this and their investigation, and hopefully an FBI investigation into what's going on here. So it was I think it was a fantastic success for what we did. These people, if they don't know right now what the deal is, okay, then there's obviously something more to this. But we literally went in there. We spoke with the staffers. We got involved. We had a Bernie Sanders sighting. William, we had a Bernie Sanders sighting, and a couple of other senators that we did, but we weren't able to because a lot of them they have their own schedules and stuff. The one thing I will say, which was awesome, was we did go to one particular senator, and I don't know if it was mentioned before because I believe I was in the air, and Ham was driving, so I believe he might have been on the call earlier, I'm not sure. But that there was one senator in particular that we were amazed that both myself and William went in there, and when we pitched it to him, he says, "Oh, MMTLP?" And we were like, "Hey, this guy knows what we're talking about. This guy knows what we're..." And that gave us like some hope. We were like, man, we're breaking some ground here. We're gaining some traction on this fight. Because if this staffer, who, he was just a staffer. And let me remind everyone, one of the reasons why I got involved in this, where I felt like I can contribute and help, was because I used to work for Senator Scott Brown up in Massachusetts as an intern, as a constituent services rep. I know how this works. Whether it's in D.C. or if it's stateside, within the state, when you go to your representative's office, they will meet with you. They will give you the time. They're elected officials. They're obligated to listen to what you have to say. Whether it's batshit crazy, excuse my expression, or if it's actual factual information. And we were going in there and we were basically stating, and to this one particular gentleman, to all of them, that we are whistleblowers anonymously going in there and saying, look, there is a crime that's happening right now that may take down the entire United States economy. And people are being robbed left and right. And this needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's going to be too late and it's going to control. And we put it to them this way. We said, do you remember the movie The Big Short? Some said yes. Some I think were too young or naive to even know what The Big Short is. I said, we are the guys that are saying that, hey, look, this is what's going on. We know. We have the evidence and the data. We can show you different tickers where there are outstanding shares that, it doesn't make any sense. You have 30 million shares in a company that are actually, and then all of a sudden an outstanding of 190 million shares, it just doesn't add up. So we're not pointing the fingers at a Charlie Mayo or Kramer or whoever it is, whether it be them or not. It's somebody doing it, whether it's a terrorist attack from offshore or if it's domestic here.
The bottom line is that we have to. But what we have to do is get to the bottom of it. Whoever it is that's doing this, and the sooner that we can do this, we can bring these criminals to justice. And I also want to say, before I end this spiel on my experience, that myself and William, we both each took cards. We asked before we left each office, who handles who would be the one in charge of handling your financial issues, or if we have any questions financially or taxing or banking, etc. They were quick to say, no problem. Oh, we know exactly who. A lot of them were money, and they were like, okay, you want to speak to Sam, Jones or whoever it was. We took their cards, and now, well, who are we armed with? We're armed with their emails. We know the direct person to follow up with. One thing in sales that I know of, and if anybody's a salesperson on here, is follow-up game is very, very in the area. An out-of-whack job. You're a good person, then please feel free to come and join us maybe next month or whenever we hold this again, because we could really use your help. If you can speak clearly and articulately and dress professionally and then obviously get the lingo and the pitch, you should be golden. The biggest thing in sales is not only that, it's not just the initial pitch, it's the today's no's mean that they always wind up being tomorrow's yeses, as we say as salespeople. Today's no's are always tomorrow's yeses. And so the follow-up game, which again I applaud William for doing, because he was very adamant on getting that information, was to get in touch with whoever was involved in for that senator, whoever was in his administration or her administration that dealt with finance. And so think about it, folks. This was a highly concentrated operation that we underwent, and I thought it was executed perfectly. We targeted the finance committee members of the Senate, and then not only that, we not only introduced it to their staffers to pass on that information, but we also got information. We also obtained the representatives within their cabinets, within their administrations, to make sure that we can follow up on them and hold them accountable to, hey, what's going on with this? So really exciting. I feel that, we did our part. We did the best that we could. We didn't throw any bricks through any windows. And we didn't hit anybody but we had fun doing it. And we did it for you guys, because everybody on this call, whether you're wealthy or you're not, maybe you're holding on, and you need this for whatever reason. You need this. We're here to help you. Okay, this is the American way. You don't know me from Adam. I'm from New York. I don't know you from wherever you're from, but all together we're one. We're one America, and that's the way it should be. And so I want to thank William, and I want to thank Ham for all of their support with this. Ham, again, I want to say this guy is an animal. When I say he goes from door to door, he was doing door to door rapid fire, okay? And so if they don't know about it, especially with the truck being out at the SEC and in front of the SEC, I just, to me, then something is up. Something bigger is up, and it just doesn't add up to me. So we did everything that we could besides getting in our mileage. I thought William was gonna we needed a wheelchair for William at the end. I think I needed a wheelchair. I said to myself, wow, this is a lot of, I haven't walked this much in a long time, but nevertheless, it was well worth it. Every step was a step in the right direction that we took today. I like to sum it up poetically, if I may. So, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Lou.
Feel free.
Seriously, thank you. And, just to think, again, I was just giving the scenario of anybody that listening in that or feels or wants that they think that they could help in the fight, in regards of fighting either for their ticker or for retail. But you're a perfect example, right? It all started with a DM, Busy, can you connect me with Ham? And all of a sudden, now you have a Lou in Washington fighting alongside with Ham and William. So it just makes me happy that another community member, not from MMTLP, but from the GTI community, that actually stepped up and actually, went and walked the halls and is fighting for retail. So I greatly appreciate it, Blue, and thank you for coming on. And if anybody has, go ahead.
My pleasure, and it's all out of thank you very much for serving. Again, busy. Much respect to all military members on here. You need to have boots on the ground. I will advise that I don't think, like Anna had mentioned prior when I was like, oh, we should bring like 50 people. I don't think we need 50 people because then you're going to wind up overwhelming people. However, I do believe in maybe possibly separating parties. We'll get to that and the logistics on how we can, maybe perhaps if there was a large number, putting, 3 people to a building and just going along as long as they understand the material. But let me say this. So I don't want to discourage anybody either. Maybe perhaps we could do groups, but we definitely need truth on the ground. And now we do the follow up. Now we hold them accountable. Hey, we on such and such date. We came in on the 31st of May, and we delivered this. And I'll send them over the PDF of when Ham shares it with me to these people as well. I'm sure William could get involved as well. We met with you. We wanted to just know what was the follow, what's going on here, what's happening with this. So, again, thank you so much. And again, it was all out of love for everybody in this community because we all could use this, and it's rightfully so. Justice needs to be served. So, if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to help you and answer them the best of my ability. Thank you.
And if they don't want to take a mic, they're always welcome to DM you, correct?
Without a doubt. I mean, my name is up there. I told William this. I says, listen, if people want to find me, I'm an easy target. But that means that I'm just, maybe I'm nuts, but I don't care. You can DM me. I'm as real as anybody else. Like, I'm very real. So, feel free to DM me and message me. I'd be happy to help you in any which way I can, okay?
Thank you, Lou. Go ahead, William. I don't have any mic requests. I'll let you close it out, William.
Thanks. Gee, thanks. Anyway, I'm just joking. I didn't have anything to say except, I am grateful for all of you. I've said this on a live call, but my stepmother used to say to me, Mrs. Kelly, and I was younger, so I think I made fun of it, but I remembered it, and I think it's important to remember. She would say, Billy, love and forgiveness, Billy, love and forgiveness. And sometimes she'd start it out by saying, oh, the human frailty of people. And she was a very religious person. I remember those two things. I bring them up right now because, yes, of course we all have egos. Yes, of course we all... our elbows hit each other and our anger flare sometimes because this is money. My dad used to say blood runs thick, but money runs thicker. And what he meant was money really touches a side of people and emotions that we don't even understand. Each of us individually don't understand our own relationship with money, much less when we interact with others about money. And so I guess all I'm saying is maybe if there's people you're upset with or parts of this, because I do caution, I'm not blind to the fact that there are probably even people that we have openly accepted in. There are risks when so much money is on the line that we could be infiltrated by things that are difficult to deal with. On the other hand, just maybe say a little prayer or just take a deep breath and try to allow some leeway for the fact, whether it's an ego or a hot word or a misstatement, just forgive a little bit each other, because this has been a long battle. It has been tough. It is wearing. It is wearing. But I think if we forgive each other a little bit, maybe say a prayer for the other once in a while. We'll get through this as a group, and we all deserve to. Even the ones you might not like, they've added to it, and we all deserve to get through to the other side. Our enemy are these crooks that are taking advantage of the goodness of the American system, the goodness of the American people, the goodness of 99% of people that work on Wall Street. They're taking advantage of it, and they're using lawyers to do so. And I just think I'm going to finish it out, Busy, by saying that I'm very grateful to each of you. I hope that I don't let you down, and I'm not going to quit. But I also would just suggest that maybe we give each other a little leeway and keep the common goal in mind. And I'm not lecturing. It's just a thought I have. But boy, do I feel lucky to be involved and to learn in many, many ways, spiritually, intellectually, the markets, all sorts of things, just to learn from each and every one of you. So sorry, Busy, I went on a bit, but I will just finish by saying peace to everyone.
Thank you, William. With that, thank you, William. Thank you, Avid. Thank you, Lou, Anna, Ham, and anybody else that contributed today in the space call. I greatly appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to close it out and see you on the next one. Thank you again.
All right, guys. I'm going to go because I'm going to Dahaber. Let me see some of these questions. Alan for Almeida. Well, I agree with you, John, and even more than that, John Panimondo, we should be demanding enforcement. I like that idea. GoFundMe for Pacer. I'll look into how much it is. It costs a lot. Bloomberg is expensive too. But anyway, you weren't belligerent. Ring my bell. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. Ring it. Ring it. I'm glad Novak won. I'm glad we've had this time together. And what a better way than it's so corny. Can you imagine being my age and this was one of the songs that you wanted to hear on the radio? Because I was one of those people when I was younger. So I'll say everyone, I'll tell everyone peace, love, and happiness as I normally do. And we'll do it again tomorrow. And we'll wait for her to sing. She had one hit as far as I know. Anyway, may the person you love ask you to ring their bell, and we'll catch you tomorrow. So good night. Cheers.